She's very young. I'm not drinking right now. She's very young.
I laughed so hard at that. I definitely passed gas just a little bit.
I did try to. You just. Okay.
I just Peterlin passed gas.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. It is a delectable Thursday in the city of Cleveland. We've got plenty to get to. That open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murrin doing some producing, helping out with YouTube as well. As always, you guys can check us out on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Super Chat, what up? Also, want to say a big thanks to Matt Corelli, who's doing the 2020s today. I believe Meredith will be in doing some 2020s for us today as well. A loaded show, but across from me, as always, my main man. I was trying to think of something after that, and I just ran out of steam. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How are you today?
Pretty good.
Good.
Yeah.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, we're having that day where when somebody says, "How are you doing?" I say, "Really good." And and I think people are like, I've aspired to this for so long. I think I've reached Jeff Phelps' level of contentment.
Oh, good. That's good to hear. Can I tell you what's been bothering me so far today?
Yes.
I have gotten to a spot where I've been back now like 4 days, coming off the paternity leave where I was gone for 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. And if you haven't seen me at this point, I haven't come up with enough angles to tell people that Elise is doing great, the baby's doing great, everyone's doing great, and thank you for asking. I need to come up with like a new spin or something, because I feel like I've repeated that story 12 million times.
Could you just make something
up? Not off the air.
Or get really specific, like, I'll be honest with you, hadn't made a deuce today.
Well, I've noticed.
The baby.
I've started like almost changing the story as it goes, just to see people's reactions to see if they're different. Mm-hmm. In the front, I'm like, well, this baby's much better than Charlotte was. Like this, I'm sleeping a lot more than I usually am. Like this. Now I'm like, oh, absolute hell.
Yeah, the updates.
Absolute hell.
The updates,
just to see what people will say.
The first 3 months of life, unless it's a bad update, it's like still really tall.
Yeah, like the baby does nothing. Yeah. The baby's not really changing here. Yeah. Like she's doing great.
Now, once you get post 6 months, then we're more tummy time. She's scooching around a lot, or ready to stand, or
even those are very uninteresting updates.
Yes.
Though.
No.
Like big picture, very uninteresting updates.
No, but they'll seem like huge updates compared to.
Is that what that is?
Still sleeping. Still a baby.
Well, now I know what's going to happen, though. If I haven't seen you yet and then you don't say congratulations, then I'm going to turn around and be like, where's my congratulations?
Oh, wait, I have to offer you a congratulations every day?
Not you.
Oh, okay.
No. People I haven't seen yet. Because as you trickle in,
that's right.
I saw salespeople today that I haven't yet seen. And so I'm redoing the conversations all week long. And it's nice that people are saying congratulations, but it's also like, I need to come up with better material here.
I think it's interesting that so much of our job is rehashing the same narratives we've talked about because of the Cleveland Browns being bad at football.
Yeah.
And but trying to extrapolate it to your personal life is just... It is a little extra work.
Maybe that's where I draw the line. I can give you the same Joe Flacco take 27 times, but when you ask me about my kid, I got to get you something else.
Got to get something new?
It's got to be fresh.
Pretty sure she grew a quarter inch.
Well, I'm not that person. We have people at this station that will test material out on other people, and then they'll take it to everyone else.
Are you looking right at me while saying that?
No, actually, I intentionally looked away because I was thinking about somebody else that wasn't you.
Okay. No, I totally will. Yeah.
If the shoe fits, though,
100%.
I'm not that guy. Like if I make and there are people this way. They'll go to a party, for instance, and then they'll make a joke in an observation that hits.
Yep,
that's their joke for the night.
Yep,
that's 100%. The one they got. That's the one they say to everybody.
Yeah. You got to crowdsource it, baby.
I'm not that guy. I want to constantly be like, all right, that one landed nice. On to the next one. Get me something else.
No.
Amuse myself.
I'm Jerry Seinfeld. I'm going to be saying, what's the deal for the next 35 years?
Is that right?
So, by the way, what's the deal with the Cleveland Browns, which we can say damn near every day this week? Greg Newsome and a 6th-rounder sent to Jacksonville for Tyson Campbell and a 7th-rounder. So I will say again, what's the deal with where the Cleveland Browns are?
Yeah, so Tyson Campbell, his PFF grade, it might as well just be a trash can on fire. He's not good right now. And I think from Jacksonville's perspective, they got a new GM in there in Gladstone. I think he didn't pay him a lot of money. Jacksonville 2 years ago paid him a lot of money, and I think they want to get rid of him. And Greg Newsome's an upgrade for them. But for the Browns, this is not the type of move you make if you're trying to win games this year.
Okay, expand on that, because I think some people have said that because Tyson Campbell can come in and be your other starting cornerback, that it doesn't affect him.
He's not good at football. Greg Newsome was good at football right now.
Right, but Tyson was good at football once.
2 years ago. Yeah, before he was injured. You know who he is? When you talk to like Jacksonville fans, like Andrew Sendejo, we just used to complain about number 23 often, and like the only time he would just, if you brought him up, it would just be just a negative way. That's who this guy is for them.
All right, the only thing I'll say
is they can't stand this player.
Only thing I'll say is Andrew Sendejo was a undrafted free agent.
He's a well-paid version of Andrew Sendejo.
And more physically talented, even if the football isn't good. I understand the point you're making.
Idea that when the fan base thinks about that player, they shudder. That's who we just got.
So from Jacksonville's side, they're selling it as Greg Newsome is a better fit for their scheme because of what they asked the cornerback to do. The Browns, I think, probably will sell the fact that Tyson Campbell might be a better man corner than he is running any of the other kind of coverages, right?
Which is great because, Schwartz doesn't really do the whole man coverage thing as often as people think that he does.
I mean, he thought about it, though, and I think that's important.
Yeah, think about who's covering Justin Jefferson on Sunday a large portion of the day.
Maybe that's the point, is maybe we won't be doing that again. JK, LOL.
JK, LOL. It's a Schwartz. It's what he does.
But let's be clear about this. This was about having a corner who could start on the Browns roster opposite of Denzel Ward, because they're with MJ Emerson, even if he comes back next year, you're going to have to sign him to a contract or not. Greg was a free agent, and you saved roughly $8.5 million, and that to me is where it's not about this year. That to me, like Joe Flacco, you could say Joe Flacco wasn't about winning, didn't have anything to do with winning and losing this year, even though Joe is a better fail-safe than Bailey Zappi is. Okay, I'd rather be one play away from Joe Flacco starting for you again than one play away from Bailey Zappi, if that's how Kevin's going to draw it up. But I can understand that a lot of people didn't think Joe was ever going to see the field again for them this year. With Greg Newsome, Greg was I think after the Minnesota game, it's tough to say this because he was bad in the second half.
But I think people here at the station were tweeting about how good he was in the first half.
That was me.
That was
also
you.
me.
Honestly, I could not remember who that was.
It was actually two plays. It was the first play where he defended Justin Jefferson very cleanly, and the second play, he was the one making the tackle when the peanut punch came out and he got the fumble.
And then the second half happened.
Then the third play happened. It didn't even wait 3 plays.
Okay.
But, I think when you're talking about saving money and trying to build out a roster, like the consideration of Tyson Campbell can play his way into the 2026 Browns. Okay, so you got worse at the cornerback position to save $8 million. That's not a move that a team trying to win makes. I don't know it's tanking, but I know it's not doing everything you can to win.
I wouldn't call it tanking, but if I asked you if the Browns got better with this trade for this season, that answer is it's not even arguable. The answer is just a clear-cut no, and it's fine. It's again, I'm not going to beat him up for it. I'm focused on 2026. I'm worried about 2027 and beyond. I like them thinking about the future. It's just then you have to be honest about it, and then we have to figure out how far this goes.
So I think it's if the question is in season, if the Browns decided to pull the guardrails off and tank, today the answer is no. That can change very quickly. This is a slippery slope from here because remember, tanking is are you playing to be competitive, but you would prefer not to win. And are you actively doing things that makes the head coach's job tougher to win? Right?
This is one of those things.
That's different than tanking in the offseason, which is just you're going to make this roster stink as much as you can. Right?
I know, but we've gone a really short time from when people like our buddy Coach Riz, who's on Tuesday, was saying, 8 to 9 wins, I think was your burger bet?
Yeah.
Ken Carman
sure was.
Talked to Bernie Kosar, and then also I think 75 other Browns quarterbacks, and moved it up to 8 wins.
Seance with Otto Graham. There was a lot of quarterback talk there.
I think it was John Greco in like the 9 to 10 win category, somewhere around there. 5 weeks later, we are now closer to the spot of what are you drinking if you think they're going to win 8, 9, 10 games? Because now Dylan Gabriel's already starting games. You're making trades.
Another sure sign you're not trying to win. Rookie quarterback that wasn't a first-round pick.
Exactly the point. And you're making trades that get you worse for this season and this season alone potentially. It's wild to me how quick this has happened, but maybe we should have seen that part coming. Maybe part of us did.
Two-parter. I'm not, for those on YouTube, I'm not smirking because the Browns could be on their way to tanking. I'm smirking because I've got 3 burger bets that look like locks right now.
People are so dumb.
I mean,
why do they keep making burger bets with you?
Because I entice them.
You're undefeated.
I'm like a snake charmer.
You bait them is what you do.
I would prefer.
I'm like a snake charmer. What I would call a compromising situation.
Okay.
Where they have to try to defend their take.
I'm not Woodward or Bernstein here.
But you're working like them. They have to try to defend their take in such a way that then you, knowing if you were Vegas, you're just robbing from them is all you're doing. You get them in a spot where you know you're going to win that bet, and then obviously they take it because they can't back down because they felt like they made a big grand take.
I simply am asking them to stand up to where the words are.
I'm not mad at the hustle.
They are. And I'm proud of them for making those burger bets and keeping me fed through possibly the end of the year. Now, that being said, to the second thing you said, like, it is harder to win now. Like, this is, I think both trades can be disruptive in a week. You're already coming off the London game, in the London trip, and going up against a team that I think right now is healthier. And because they're healthier, they might be a titch better than Minnesota. I think by the end of the year, Minnesota will be a better team. Well, yeah, but I think Pittsburgh right now is a slight bit better. You just gave them, I think, another ace in the hole. You made Kevin Stefanski's job a little bit tougher this week with these 2 trades.
Well, I mean, for sure, the Steelers are better than the Vikings right now because the Vikings weren't playing J.J. McCarthy. They were playing Carson Wentz. Like, there's a difference there. There has to be a difference between Aaron Rodgers. My goodness, did you hear Stefanski yesterday? Stefanski,
best thrower ever or something like that?
Best passing quarterback in NFL history? Best thrower of the football in NFL history?
In fairness, he's watched Deshaun Watson, Jacoby Brissett, DTR.
Also in fairness.
And Joe Flacco throw the ball.
Also in fairness, I listened to Tomlin Tuesdays and heard him talk about Dylan Gabriel as if he was Joe Montana.
And he just read off his Wikipedia. There was a big difference between what the 2 head coaches said.
I do feel like a lot of the press conferences I've heard have been very complimentary. Although Aaron Rodgers kind of did take a shot, or at least a perceived shot, in my opinion, with Jim Schwartz. I don't know if you caught that at all.
Because Detroit, Green Bay. Okay, now I get it.
No, not even that. It was the idea that he was like, yeah, you know, Jim. He'll stick 8 men in the box, but that's not really what he's playing at all, and it's easy to beat. You can get after it. It's paraphrasing. Didn't say easy to beat the way that I just said it, but that was what he was inferring.
Now I want to hear the audio. 216-474-0092.
It was that juicy. I would have brought it to you earlier. Don't worry.
That's fair. Joe Varden of The Athletic joining us at 2:40 today. Lindsay Rhodes of Sumer Sports at 3 o'clock. We'll talk about the Browns trades there. What do you make of them? Were you surprised? Are the Steelers actually that good? We got quick hits coming up at 3:40. We got Pete Fiutak at 4:20. The quarterback Deadpool at 6:20 ahead of our guy Cash Lovett, who joins us every Thursday at 6:30. We'll get his picks for the week as well. But 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We'll start with the obvious, which is, what do the trades this week signal to you? Is this a fire sale? Are we tanking? Are we just really, really enjoying pick swapping like this is Love Island and we're just trading off significant others? And you do have to ask the question, how far is this thing going to go? We'll answer that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m. An afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows live and on demand now.
The Newsom trade is a little bizarre to me. I mean, he's really a really good player. I mean, obviously losing Emerson in training camp really hurt. But defensively, they played very, very well. And Newsom's a part of that. And I thought he was playing well. I don't really totally understand the trade. Tyson Campbell is a good player. He's a big corner. You know, they're having a lot of success taking the ball away in Jacksonville. Maybe it's just something that both teams feel like benefits their team. And I don't think that's a distraction. But, you know, I mean, it's playing for Jim Schwartz's defense is, I would say it's fairly complex. I don't know how quickly he can be up to speed right now.
Brian Baldinger on with the morning show. Pretty explosive morning with Baldy, with the morning boys. Said a lot of stuff we're going to react to today. I actually disagree. I don't think it's a bizarre trade if you kind of know where the Browns are and where they're going to go. Greg Newsom, although they could have re-signed him, I think at some point you have to decide between re-signing him and MJ Emerson. I think we know which way they'd go.
Well, and now that you see the price is going to be north of $20 million a year for Greg Newsom.
Yeah.
Come on, that's not happening.
And I think Tyson Campbell is, at the very least, a player who you can evaluate over the final parts of the season and figure out what's happening. And while in doing so, you're going to save $8 million. Like, I don't think the financial component of this is the Browns try and figure out the whole salary cap going forward. I don't think that can be undersold. To me, this is a salary dump.
Well, but there's
with
also
a player they kind of like.
Well, there's also really high upside if they can get Campbell turned around. And, and again, if he stays healthy and everything is another component to it. But if Schwartz feels like he can do something with him and put him in more man coverage, and which I doubt they'll do, but like try there with him. Okay, now we're starting to cook here. Also with the idea that Jacksonville's paying so much of that money to begin with anyway. It's about $1.5 million a year as a flyer for a guy that got a $75 million contract.
What's funny about it is Campbell at his best, it's way better than Greg Newsom at his best.
Yeah.
Love and respect to Greg Newsom. You were here 4.5 years. That means something to someone. Greg's highs were never really that high, even though he was okay on the outside. I think he had a couple nice games this year, and I think people really took it too far with the praise on Greg Newsom.
Well, and that might be where the Browns are sitting too. Like, wait, and so everyone's buying the Greg Newsom stock right now. Maybe we got to sell while it's high. Maybe we got to sell while we can. And it seems like Jacksonville's that guy.
Yeah, and again, you saved $8 million. But why I call it a salary dump is they get the better pick. When you're getting the seventh rounder and they're getting the sixth rounder in a pick swap. That's telling you that you had to adjust the value for some reason. Yes, some of that is Greg Newsom's going to be a free agent at the end of this year, and some of it's also that not only did Jacksonville take on the Newsom money, they also ate the salary, the signing bonus of Tyson Campbell, which again cleared you about $8 million in cap this year.
Let me ask you this. Do you feel like after the trade involving these two teams at the draft, if all of a sudden, and James Gladstone's the youngest GM in all of the NFL, right? And that's only surpassed by the idea that Andrew Berry was the youngest GM hired when he was hired by the Browns. But I wonder if after the two teams dealt with each other in the draft, do you think Andrew Berry just thinks that he can just pick on Jacksonville at this point?
I don't know. But I do think he knows. I do think he knows that James Gladstone is super willing to do
Very aggressive.
I don't want to say whatever you want.
And Gladstone's already trying to win not only these press conferences, but like you already saw him. He's already taken victory laps in Jacksonville today about how much better the team is with Greg Newsome and all these other comments and everything. Like, I almost wonder if this is Andrew Berry. You know, this happens in baseball. I love this in baseball. There's certain teams that are very analytically driven, and they just pick on, and they're now every front office has analytics guys, and so it's tightened up a little bit. But about a decade, 15 years ago, you'd call up teams that just had those old school baseball guys that played with their hunch and their gut, and you just take them to the cleaners in these type of deals. And I wonder if Andrew Berry, that trade for the draft opened his eyes to like, Jacksonville's someone I want to keep doing business with because I think I fleeced him there, and I wonder if I can get him again.
By the way, the answer now in baseball is Jerry DiPoto or AJ Preller. You'd really like to get in with it. By the way,
really
smart
close,
analytics guys, but those are the guys you can really rip off.
It's really close. Like 15 years ago, it was like half the league was just a bunch of just basically old baseball guys that didn't really know what was going on versus all these analytically driven guys, and you could just see them all just feast over on those guys.
Now, I think the fair question is, how far does this go? I don't think these two trades this week constitute tanking. I don't. But if Njoku's the next guy, that's a guy, you've got a bad offense. That's a guy that has a place on this team this year and might be your best receiver at the moment, which is wild to say at this point, but it is true. If you trade him or if you trade any of your interior linemen, but certainly Wyatt Teller, like those are the guys that if you make a move, even if you get great value, you cannot tell people you're not tanking because you are removing the guardrails, especially on the offensive side of the ball.
How far does this go then?
I don't think there's anybody untouchable.
That's kind of where I'm sitting right now. Well, there are untouchables with like rookie class and stuff like that.
Yeah, but like in terms of like the
guys that are in their last year or second to last year.
Yeah. Or honestly, like we'll play the Nick Costos audio right now because he was on Baskin and Phelps and he threw an interesting name out there.
I think 4-6 weeks from now, we are going to be talking about Isaiah Bond as being the number one receiver on this team. I actually see no reason why they would keep Jerry Jeudy on the team. I think this is going to be like a fire sale come trade deadline time. And Njoku could be on the way out. I'm not reporting anything, just saying, like Harold Fannon's been really good. You save money if Njoku is on the way out. And I think they want to open up space for Bond and maybe for Jamari Thrash. So I wouldn't be shocked if Judy's not on the team post-trade deadline.
I would be shocked if Jerry Jeudy was not on the team.
I would also be shocked. But like, I think what the narrative driven out of that clip, though, is the idea that basically anybody's on the table.
I think the thing with Jeudy is, and maybe this is like Newsome, but as a wide receiver, I'm sure that there are fans who would drive Jerry to the airport themselves. My thing is, again, the offense isn't that good with Jerry on it. And I do think, like, Jerry has there should be a 30 for 30 on the quarterbacks that have thrown to him. He's never had a good quarterback.
Yeah.
He's never played with a good quarterback. I mean, like, by the way, not even a functional quarterback. The best he had was Jameis Winston for like 7 weeks last year.
I'm gonna say maybe the version of Russell Wilson that we were like, is he washed? Is he not washed?
Where we didn't definitively know he was
that
washed.
One right in between there. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what it is.
But like, I guess my thing is, like, while I'm not high on Jerry Jeudy and I'm pretty sick of watching him drop footballs, I don't know what you're actually going to get for him.
Well, and also you got to think about the quarterback that you'd be drafting in 2026 and the environment he's got to enter as well.
Yeah,
like you can go out and get wide receivers, but you're already two wide receivers short as is.
Yeah, unless you want to like pay $25 million a year to Jacoby Myers this offseason, who I just wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
If we're being very fair, I wouldn't do that. 216-474-0092. How far should the trades go for the Browns? But Njoku, like, if you don't think you're going to commit money to him and there can be a savings this year, fourth rounder for David Njoku, let's have that conversation. Teller's the hardest one for me.
Well, especially because you have 4 guys on the offensive line that are up at the end of the season anyway.
Yeah.
So like you're going to need to spend money on the offensive line at the end of this season. I wonder if they just go for a completely new look, though.
Yeah, but that's hard. It is hard between if I knew Whippler could step in at center, and if I knew Zach Zinter could hold down one of the guard spots, and maybe we put right tackle for Dewan. Maybe, okay, well, that's 3. You really only need 2 of 5 spots. But, okay, Whippler's had injury issues. Jones has had injury issues.
I wouldn't trust Zach Zinter to hold anything. Nonetheless, a spot on the football team.
I would trust him to hold a defensive lineman.
Zach Zinter?
Yeah, because he's not good at football.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to But, no, I think Wyatt might be the only one that if you traded him, I would be legitimately mad about, even if you got like a third-round pick for him. I think I would get legitimately pissed because he's 30. That's still young enough to pay. He's still got good football in front of him, and you have so many holes next year. I don't think you need to add one more on that offensive line.
Who are we mad about if they actually trade?
I'm probably not mad about Njoku.
I'm not mad. You know, Njoku is one of my favorite players, has been for a long time. I think, what was it, yesterday or maybe a couple days ago? What'd you call me, an Njoku honk or something?
I don't know, but that sounds about right.
It was something that was like, and that's fair. That's very fair. I've been very much a fan of David Njoku for a while. But if they traded him, at this point, I'd just be happy for him. But good for you if they traded him to a good team.
Unless it was like Arizona, and then I'd feel sad for him again.
Well, yeah, they also have one of the best tight ends in the league. I think they'll be fine there.
Hey, who's their OC? Our old quarterbacks coach. You're
gonna do a Trey McBride, David Njoku combo.
The double tight end set. And I wouldn't be about Njoku. Maybe Malik Collins, because I think Malik's got another year after this. I don't know what kind of trade offer you'd get for Malik. I would be kind of mad about that one.
He's somebody that his value is higher than it typically would be because he's playing really well right now.
I'll give you one, Alex Wright.
Okay.
I think when the time comes this offseason to re-sign Alex, he'll command a little money. I don't think he's going to command a lot of money. I think that's a piece on that defensive line that needs to be.
No, but I'm talking actually angry. I'm not talking like a piece you come in and you're like just scratching your head and you're like, I don't know how they got there. I'm talking like actually angry, like Isaiah Bond angry.
Oh, I don't think anything's going to make me as mad as Isaiah Bond.
That's the point.
I was mad. That was rage. That was next level Isaiah Bond signing. Yeah.
And that's kind of the point, though, is that I feel like right now the way I'm looking at these players and the way I'm looking at this roster, if they get any value out of any of these guys, they start to signal that this season is what this season is starting to trend to. I can't be mad about it.
But can I tell you the thing that does stand out? As we have is it a fire sale? Are they tanking?
That's the other thing. Why are we all so confused on this? Why is a fan base, are we not collectively on understanding what's going on here?
Because it's quick. That they pulled the ripcord on the season really quickly.
It just snuck up on people?
No.
Like 5 weeks in is just too early to abandon expectations or whatever else?
I think rightfully so. People said it's been an ungodly first 5 weeks. A comedy of errors.
Oh, heard from another person in the 8-9 win club, by the way. Coach Riz texted and said he's going to win the burger bet.
Yeah, sure you are, buddy.
Yeah.
I can already taste it. I just wonder where I'm going to go. However, I think people thought maybe you'll get to week 8 or week 9, and then you pull the ripcord on the season. You're not even waiting to get to Miami or the Titans game. You're not even waiting to get to the point of the season. Like, you're doing this before you got through the hardest part of the season. And I think that's where people are struggling. Not me, because I'm like, you're 1-4, you're probably be 1-5.
You're 3-win Wilson. You had this coming from a mile away.
And I also have a burger bet, 3 of them, on this. But
I wonder, YouTube, the super chat must be getting mad about your burger bets at some point here.
Why?
You're enjoying the burger bets a little too much, I think.
I'm winning. How can you be mad?
Because the Browns are losing.
Okay, but it's not my fault.
You see how this is? It's a real.
My success and their downfall might be tied together.
It seems like it is.
Be happy for your boy. All right, super chat. I'm happy for the super chat. When the super chat gets good things, you can be happy for me too. But no, I think it's early. I think after the first 5 weeks of the season, 1 week into Dylan Gabriel, by the way, which we can talk about going from he's going to spark the team to now we have to find out what we have in Dylan Gabriel.
Which, by the way, becomes
we made
harder.
That switch in 1 damn week.
Well, it becomes harder if you start selling off all the pieces too.
Yes, especially in Njoku, and especially Wyatt Teller.
I mean,
or Posick or
you can
Conklin.
hear my Shedeur Sanders excuse from a mile away, can't you?
Would you be mad if they traded Shedeur?
Yes. I'd also be happy for him at this point because they don't really seem like they want to play him.
What if they got a 4th rounder for him?
They seem like they don't want to play him.
What if they took a 5th rounder and swapped it for a 4th rounder?
Part of me would be happy about this. You realize I think Shedeur Sanders is going to be good. So I would not be happy about this.
Okay. I was just trying to say.
You can tell where my excuse is going to come from a mile away if he does in fact play.
That you just be happy
and
for him?
stinks up the joint. No, if he plays and gets in at like week 14 or 15 and it's just a disaster.
Oh, they sabotaged him?
Not that they sabotaged him. They never gave him a chance. With this roster and the amount of pieces that they've sold off and everything in between, never gave him a chance.
I think we're going to get very close to the point of being able to say that about Dylan Gabriel.
Well, that's where we're not there yet, but I wondered if we're going to hit that spot where everyone looks around. It's like, I don't even know that we can fairly judge Dylan Gabriel at this point.
216-474-0092. Greg Newsome, he gone. Tyson Campbell, he here. Joe Flacco's in Cincinnati. He actually will start this weekend as well. How far should this go for the Browns? That's another thing. Speaking of the timing of this, trading Wyatt Teller today would feel, or Monday would feel different to me than if you waited till the exact trade deadline. Those 4 weeks do matter. I think it's 4 weeks. Those 4 weeks do matter because it's about giving these guys, at some point, pulling the plug on this season this early is disrespectful to the guys that you sold something on. And then, you bait and switched it for that locker room. I don't know how that locker room's happy today if you think you got worse at corner and now you don't have the fallback of Joe Flacco at quarterback.
There was a reason why they sent Joel Bitonio out there to speak to the media today. Anytime they send out Joel, it's like we know you're gonna do our bidding in a good way.
Not trying to steal Ken's bit, but Joel kind of is the Culligan man.
He plays the part well.
He carries that water really well,
and he did so today too. And if you're Joe, by the way, you got to be livid that this is how this is going down.
Yeah,
you came back, you returned, you tried to save them for another season, all with the grandiose idea that they were going to try to be competitive or do something close to competitive. Not this, whatever this is, not this, and they're starting to sell off pieces.
Just wait until
we're in week 6.
Just wait until they try and trade Joel. I think that will legitimately piss people off, even though he's end of his career, maybe last 5 games, unless he asks for it.
Yeah, I don't think they can do that.
You put it beyond this organization?
I put nothing beyond this organization, but that is as ruthless gets.
I put nothing beyond this organization.
He would just quit on the spot. I'm just done.
I don't think he would.
Unless they send him to Kansas City or somewhere. I'm just done.
I got to do right by Joel. 216-474-0092. How far are the trades going to go? How far should the trades go for the Cleveland Browns? Our buddy Joe Varden of The Athletic joins us and talks the latest for the Cavaliers. And, of course, the insane live basketball idea. I'm okay. That was too heavy-handed. Joe joins in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
line and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Miss one day and you miss a lot. We are the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Here we go, Brownies! Here we go!
92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We got Lindsay Rhodes of Sumer Sports coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll talk about the Flacco and Newsome trades, how they've surprised her, or whether they've surprised her. I also am curious. I always love, because I know I have a very specific definition of the word tanking. And it can change a little bit from time of the year and who's involved and who's not involved in the organization. I wonder if there's a more pinpointed version of that from the analytical community that Lindsay's a part of.
I did want to ask you about that, because I remember at one point you were like, we're not calling it tanking. Yeah. And then we just kind of like, we all shifted. We all like recalibrated. We stopped saying tanking, but there is a line there. Lindsay also, a couple times ago that we had her on, she was the one that first mentioned Myles Garrett should be traded. So we'll see what she comes up. Yeah, Bill, big mad.
One more on that, by the way. I think the reason I stopped using tanking is it became a catch-all for any rebuild. And that's the thing that was like, guys, that's not tanking. There is the offseason tanking where everybody gets on the same page and says, we're going to tear this thing down and we're going to be so bad that we're unwatchable. And everybody knows that. And then there's the thing that happens where you get in the season, you're not good, and you're like, well, let's not win too many games and screw us in the long run. Yeah. I think those are different versions of the same thing, but that's not that's a tributary of rebuilding, not necessarily the kind of linchpin. But in studio now with us, you know him, you love him, of The Athletic, NBA reporter Joe Varden joins us. What's up, buddy?
You know, tanking happens in the NBA every now and then, too.
I think there was a team here around the town that might have done that once or twice. So just on that point of tanking, though, have you kind of seen that word, which I think is very definitive and specific, has kind of been morphed into more of like a broader term that maybe it doesn't apply to everything?
Absolutely. Yeah, first of all, players never tank. Mm-hmm. They are never involved in that. When they are playing for money in a violent sport like the NFL or even in the NBA, when they are on the floor, they're trying to win. They do not care about the future. That's one. The coaching staffs, they may care. They may participate in tanking. And the way that you would see it, at least in our sport with the NBA, is when you get into the fourth quarter and the coach is playing a lineup that's competitive and is keeping it close against a team like Cleveland that's very good, and then they pull those guys with 5 or 6 minutes left. That is a coach participating in tanking. The front office is ultimately the part of the organization that's going to decide this group isn't working or we need to get worse so we can get better, and that's when trades are made where it looks like they're trading away players they were counting on this year.
All right, Joe. I don't have too many pressing Cavs questions for you.
Okay.
I do, but there's a couple. There's just a couple. Obviously, everyone knows how good they are, how expected the season is supposed to go. We'll get to the postseason side of it in a second. I do want to ask you about Malik Beasley, though. Mm. It's the hot name over the previous 24 hours. Shams had the report out there that there was interest. If he does, in fact, get cleared, Malik Beasley to the Cavs. Make it make sense.
Well, I mean, from a fit standpoint, you have to think about Max Strus being out for months. If he plays at all, it won't be until after the All-Star break. And so behind him, there's DeAndre Hunter, who they're going to count on a ton. But they're pretty young. I mean, they're going to look at Jalen Tyson at getting some minutes. And so, Beasley is a knockdown three-point shooter. He's been around forever. I think he would be a really good veteran presence in a vacuum. This idea about the NBA investigation into the gambling stuff, that's no small thing, and that is the reason that he's not on a team. So, yes, of course, the Cavs are interested. There are going to be other teams that are interested, too, and might even be able to pay a little bit more money than what the Cavs can offer. But just because Malik's agent is out there saying, he's been cleared, by this group or by that group, the investigation is still ongoing, and he's not out of the woods yet.
Joe, I'm curious because at the end of the postseason, when the Cavs got bounced out by Indiana, there was that same message for a second year of we got to get tougher. We got to get, and in fairness, they did specify we got to get stronger in the gym, that kind of stuff. And then at Media Day this year, they were like, we don't need to get tougher. So I'm just curious. One, did you notice the change in messaging there? And is toughness still a debate for this Cavs team heading into year 2 of Kenny Atkinson?
Well, it has to be because of the way these postseasons keep ending. They either end with way too many players out with serious injury or with nagging injury. You know, people forget that Karis LeVert 2 years ago missed Game 5 against Boston with a knee bruise. I mean, that was stunning. That's just not something you see in New York or with Indianapolis or any of the teams that we consider to be tough. You know, obviously the series against the Pacers turned when in Game 2 you didn't have Garland, Hunter, or Mobley in uniform, and they were all questionable coming into that game. So that suggests there was a chance they could play. Now, if we want to get into the semantics over, were these guys actually questionable or was that some gamesmanship, fine. But the fact is, the word toughness factors into that. I think after an off season, a chance to let your pride heal, I could see the Cavs coming in and saying that that's not the issue. I'm not sure it's the issue either. This is something that I've been saying. I know I've said it on your show a number of times. My main concern with this team is just they have 2 smaller guards that they rely on in a playoff series, both very talented, great players. But NBA history tells you that it is really hard to win with 2 guards starting who are 6'3" or under. And that's what we have with Donovan and Darius. That's my main thing. Like, I feel like Jarrett Allen could be fine in the right playoff series. I think Evan Mobley is going to continue to get better. His arms are even bigger than they were a year ago. So I like this team. I like to downplay the toughness angle. But until they show that they can win with the 2 smaller guards playing together, I think that's the biggest question.
How many years do we do this, though? And I get it. Kobe constructed this team. He's going to fight for it more than anybody else. But how many years do we do this where you have 2 smalls and then 2, obviously, between Allen and Mobley, just 2 bigs? Like, it's between your front court and your back court, it doesn't make sense for a lot of people.
Well, Jonathan, that is the fundamental question going on in the NBA right now. Not just in Cleveland, but now it's being talked about in Orlando. It's being talked about in any city where the team has taken on a bunch of salaries to go and try and win. Because of the current salary rules in the NBA, it's genuinely believed right now that when you take on multiple max contracts, your window to compete with that particular team is a couple of years. The thinking goes that if after a couple of years you're spending all this money and you don't get there, that the restrictions on how you can change your roster based on how much you're paying your guys are too severe to keep that group together. So we're saying that if Cleveland doesn't win now, they're going to break this team up because of how expensive it is. But Dan Gilbert's a really rich guy. And if he wants to pay for this roster continually, he can. There's no rule that says that he can't. It's just that if you're going to keep this group together, it becomes even more difficult to make a trade around the edges to improve the group that you already have. So long way of saying, like, it might be this year where they've got to really get far in the playoffs or there's going to be a big move made.
Joe Varden of The Athletic, live here in studio with us. So I know your most recent, or one of your most recent pieces on The Athletic was about this, but walk us through what Project B is.
Project B, and I mean, this is going to sound corny. Project B has kept me up at night because of what it actually represents. I'm a huge golf fan. I think you guys know that. Certainly all the golf courses in Northeast Ohio know that, how I've spent my last couple months. So I'm really into the PGA Tour, really know a lot about, the split with Live Golf, which is where some of the stars left to start a new league, a new tour that was paid for by the Public Investment Fund in Saudi Arabia. That same movement is either underway or is certainly like rustling, in the shadows towards being underway. And that is what Project B is or was. It's a group of investors. 2 of them are from Silicon Valley. They count the Saudis as a partner. And they went ahead and they tabbed Maverick Carter, who we all know is a fellow Northeast Ohioan and is one of the closest people on earth to LeBron James, as an advisor. And for the last year plus, they have been raising billions of dollars, although like raising is a little bit of a funny word when your partner is the Saudis. You don't need to raise money. But they've been going around, they've been securing investors, and they've been talking to players and talking to player agents about this idea of a second option to the NBA. That's live basketball. And that, it's been a fear, I think, for any other pro league since the moment that live golf was started. But like, that was something that appeared to be heading towards, fruition in the NBA as recently as a couple days ago.
Is this more, real quick, because we are up against it, is this more WNBA based right now with the NBA in the future, or is the NBA pretty intermediate right there too?
So, right. I mean, this is a much longer story. I think based on a few things that have happened in the last week or so, the talking point from Project B right now is they're trying to start a rival women's league. But if they are successful, and by successful, I mean, if they get a Caitlin Clark, if they get another massive WNBA superstar or a couple of them and pay them 9 figures, trust me when I tell you that NBA players who are free agents in the summer of 2027, they're going to see that and they are going to be very interested.
Joe, always great stuff, man. Great to have you in studio here. Thank you so much for your time, bud.
Oh, thanks for having me. It's been great.
Joe Varden, The Athletic on the Fan Hotline. We will react to that and some of those comments there in the lead at 5. But we got Lindsay Rhodes of Sumer Sports coming up in 5 minutes. Did the Greg Newsome and Joe Flacco trade surprise her? And is this tanking? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
and he's trading with somebody of which he holds their first-round pick next year.
Absolutely zero concern. If he goes out and he gets fired at the end of this year, you can always say he tried to do what was best by the franchise. He never did what was in the best interest of his own job.
Yeah, he's not trading for players right now to save a job.
Yes.
He's not doing an A.J. McCarron.
We've seen guys do that. Andrew's not doing that.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We've got quick hits coming up in about 40 minutes here. Working to get Lindsay Rhodes of Sumer Sports. We will talk, of course, about the big news of the day. Greg Newsome traded to Jacksonville. From the Browns side, it seems like they got a player. Maybe they can rebuild his stock a bit, but that can function as a cornerback in the NFL, and they save about $8.5 million while the Jaguars are trying to win this year, now being one of the best records in the AFC. I just don't know how much Greg Newsome's really going to make a difference for that team.
Yeah, might not, but Gladstone's making moves, and he's winning press conferences, and I think that's the point for James Gladstone.
I mean, anything else that he might be interested in?
They've
Can we
wiped
get a third
away
from him?
Between that and Cohen, they've wiped away the Duval and the awkwardness attached to that press conference. Like they
just have stopped saying it.
Yeah, but people have started to pay attention. That was the right move, right?
Yeah,
it
didn't play.
You don't turn that into branding.
Didn't play it at all. So to talk about the Newsome and Flacco trades, obviously we can get into Myles Garrett in the season he's having of Sumer Sports on the Fan Hotline. Lindsay Rhodes joins us right now. Lindsay, welcome to the show.
Hi. Always got to go back to Myles Garrett, huh?
Well, yes. People haven't forgotten, but it turns out it aged very well for you.
Yes.
Okie doke.
You are the seer among seers. You're the prognosticator on this show because you were seeing it when no one else would, Lindsay.
That's hilarious. Well, I didn't see this trade coming. I think this is a fascinating trade. No, like you don't. I'm talking about the Campbell trade now. I feel like these are the types of trades that you don't really see that frequently in football. We're so used to seeing like a good guy at this position go for a different guy at a different position. It's not that often that you see like a straight corner for corner or, like what's happening here? What's the evaluation that's different? But so I think it's a really fascinating one to dive into.
Well, did you think the Browns got the better end of this, or are you looking at this and saying, how did they get better here?
No, I think when you really look at it, there's definitely an argument to make that both sides maybe won for their different purposes. I think that from a Browns standpoint, I think it's clear that they're thinking about the future. I mean, you don't even need to look at this trade to know that that's the case. I think, Greg Newsome's up for a new deal. He's going to be a free agent. There's uncertainty that goes along with that. Would they be able to bring him back? Did they want to? So this trade takes that uncertainty out of the mix and adds a cornerback that's already under contract. Means that's one less thing that they have to allocate resources towards in the offseason. My guess is that there's also a bit of an evaluation gap on these two cornerbacks to a degree also. My guess is that Cleveland probably thinks there isn't as much difference between the two as maybe the Jags do. And I also think that the Browns are going to use him differently than the Jaguars did. The Jags are in zone coverage at the 6th highest rate, and the Browns are the 25th highest rate. So I think some of the ways in which you might see people dinging Campbell for his play this year, those sometimes are showing up in zone coverage, and I don't think that will be as much of an issue in Cleveland. So I think that for a lot of different reasons, it's easy to look at this and say, okay, if we take the Jaguars and what they got out of it, put that completely aside, I think you could make an argument this was a very smart move on the Browns' part.
Lindsay Rhodes on the fan hotline there of Sumer Sports. So some fans are wondering, you mentioned, thinking about the future. We're 5 weeks into the season. Does that equate to the Browns could be on the verge of tanking?
I don't know if I mean, how do I say this nicely? How do you figure out if they are? Like, to a degree, like you would have to take some defensive pieces off the board, right, in order to make it egregious and obvious that that's what you're doing. I think to a degree, you are playing a lot of young pieces, and with the idea that you're trying to get better as an offense in particular. But I think you could probably lose a lot of games even while trying to develop properly, if that makes sense. So I think, you've got the 2 first-round picks. You've got the most draft capital in the entire league going into next year. I think that there's no doubt, even coming into the season, in a perfect world where Joe Flacco played well and he did not play well, but even in a perfect world, this is not a year that the Browns are going to go to the Super Bowl. Your best hope at the start of the season is that the Browns will be competitive. And so you started the year thinking about next year. And so I don't necessarily know that it's like that you could fully call it a tank. I think that you're certainly rebuilding on offense. There's things that you want to glean from some of the younger players. Obviously, Gabriel's play will be evaluated the rest of the way, and you'll gain a lot of information about what you have in him, and be able to make decisions about what you want to do moving forward. It feels like the fact that they were able to trade Flacco and actually get a pick back is like chef's kiss. I mean, congratulations to Cleveland for being able to pull that off. I think what they're doing here is just collecting a bunch of lower round picks that they can probably package to move up in the draft to acquire depth. It feels like, the Rams are a great example in the last few years of a team that just flipped a defense like so quickly. And my guess is, looking at the Browns, that they're probably trying to take a similar approach with the offense. And it sounds like they have the draft capital to do that. And so, it's a good offensive tackle draft. There are some good wide receivers there. And then with those low round picks, you could just kind of just gather up a bunch of different people that you can put in camp and say, go compete. And, darts at a dartboard increases the chance that some of them are going to hit. And so I think that you'll probably be looking at a better Browns team next year than this year. And that's always the goal.
2 trades this week. What does your brain tell you is going to happen with trades moving forward?
Well, I mean, we're still a ways out from the trade deadline, which is the other fascinating part of this. Like, this is an aside, but it just feels like this whole time of year has gotten so much more fun in the last few years. And I think it's driven by a lot of the younger general managers who are sometimes a little bit more into analytics and less like beholden to think that those draft picks are gold and they never want to part with them. They're playing chess out there, and it's super fun. And so I think if stuff comes up where there's an opportunity to move a few more pieces or pick up a couple of more draft picks without really dramatically downgrading the play on the field this year in a way that would impact them in the future, right? Like I think that this cornerback trade is a perfect example of a way that you can kind of move some pieces around on the board without it actually hurting you on the field. I don't think that this is necessarily, like I said earlier, a downgrade at corner. I think it's just a way to maybe fill a hole that you would leave behind by taking Newsome out of the defense, but also not in a way like this guy Campbell has a deal for the next few years. So you're signing on for him to be your cornerback. That's a big position, right? And so I think that if there are moves that come up in the next few weeks that are similar to this one, where you can move things around in a way that doesn't hurt your chances down the road, then I wouldn't be surprised if they don't do that.
Lindsay, 6 years in, who do you think we should think has done a better job? Kevin Stefanski at his job or Andrew Berry at his?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a really good question. I think both of them have played with one hand behind their back for a good majority of this time, to be honest with you. And that might not be the answer that people want to hear in Cleveland. But I feel like the whole Deshaun Watson thing just makes the evaluation of both of those people so hard. And maybe I would argue it has made it harder for Barry because of the capital that was sent away, the amount of financial resources that were invested in Watson. And when that doesn't go well, And I think what I'm essentially saying here is that I believe that there's evidence that points to maybe it wasn't 100% their call that they made this move with Watson. I think we have good reason to believe that, and that's why they've been given a few years post-Watson to kind of figure this out, despite the fact that they haven't had success on the field. I think there's a concession a little bit that's like, this isn't your fault. I'm going to give you time to figure your way out of this mess. So I think it makes that evaluation pretty hard. I might lead towards Barry a little bit.
Lindsay, are the Steelers good?
That feels like such a loaded question. My short answer is going to be no. I think that they are probably, I view them as a team that is probably going to be exactly what they have been for the last few years, which Steelers fans hate, which is a team that hovers right around 500, ends up just above 500, isn't really a team that can make a push in the playoffs. I don't see any reason to believe that they are not that. I think the thing that data tells you about aging quarterbacks is that the average depth of target comes down. He has, Aaron Rodgers, the lowest average depth of target in the entire NFL right now. His average depth of target is 5.
So, wow, lower than Joe's was when he was here for the 4 weeks.
It's wild. So, so when that starts to happen, zooming out in terms of older quarterbacks, one of the trends that we see is that one of two things happen, and it's not always both. It's either the average depth of target comes down because the arm just can't do what it once did, but you want to keep the accuracy up, and so you lower the ADOT, and then every once in a while they can throw it downfield and make a big play, but you're not asking them to do that frequently. Or the average depth of target stays up where it's always been, and they're still slinging it. This was Peyton Manning at the end. He was still slinging it, but his accuracy was all over the place, and his completion percentage over expected tanked that last year that he was on the field. So there's one of two things usually comes down. And in the case of Aaron Rodgers, it's been the average depth of target. I just don't see a way that you're going to get through the rest of the season knowing that they have to somewhat keep it close to the line and not find defenses that can go, I know exactly what to do against this. And so I tend to think that, no, they're not particularly good. Like I said, I think we're probably looking at a 500 or slightly above 500 team there.
Lindsay, is the AFC really this wide open, or by the end of the season, is it going to be the same 4, 5, 6 players that it always is?
That's a tricky one. I think one of the biggest stories this year so far has been the AFC South, right? Like, I mean, the fact that you've got Indy and you've got Jacksonville and then honestly, to a degree, Houston, which I think we all assume is going to be in the mix. Indy has, I think, scoring differential, and there's no doubt that early in the season, smaller sample size that will widen out. Their strength of schedule has not been the hardest in the league, but for the last few weeks, they've played some pretty good teams, and they've continued to stay competitive in a way where I think you have to sort of take them seriously, or more seriously than maybe we did through 3 weeks. But they're number 1 in the league in scoring differential. They have outscored their opponents by 74 points. Number 2 in the AFC in that category is Houston, sitting in the 9 seed right now at 2-3 with a plus 47 scoring differential. And then you've got Jacksonville at plus 27 in the 5 seed right now. Like, that's the biggest surprise of the year. We thought that division was trash coming into the year. And so the fact that Indianapolis has found a way, in particular, I think, to be as competitive as they have, and they've done what they've done with Daniel Jones. The other story of the year, I think, has been the veteran quarterbacks and the bucket that he belongs to in that category, just really exceeding expectations. Daniel Jones, Baker Mayfield, and Sam Darnold are 1, 2, and 4 in total EPA on the season. And I think all of them are kind of putting together a really interesting story of the retread quarterback, being something that we might need to look into a little bit more deeply. But so I do think that the Chiefs, I'm not comfortable writing them off regardless. They're going to get Rashee Rice back, and I think that their schedule in the early going has been really tough. The Ravens' schedule in the early going has been wild. My concern with them is that they're sitting at 1-4, and they've got a game against the Rams coming up this week. And I just think there's a strong possibility, especially if Lamar's not on the field, which it looks like he's not going to be, that they're 1-5. And I just don't know if that's too deep of a hole, even though the schedule eases up for them after this week. I don't know if that's too deep a hole to dig yourselves out of. So I think the schedule makers and then obviously the injuries that they suffered on top of that did them absolutely no favors.
Lindsay, great stuff as always. See, we didn't mention Myles Garrett one more time except right then when I mentioned it.
I'm going to let us end on that. He's good.
All right, so we're going to put the headline here.
He's good.
Lindsay Rhodes says, bleep that contract, still trade Myles. Is that what I hear?
You're so in-depth with your analysis and everything, we could just do, Lindsay thinks Myles is good at football.
Yeah. Oh, if we were friends, that's what we would do.
Boil it down to the simplest possible analysis
Why
you could
do you
have.
have that stupid chick on? No duh.
Lindsay, great stuff. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Lindsay Rhodes, Sumer Sports on the Fan Hotline. Great stuff with her. We will react to what she had to say. You asked her the perfect question about the Steelers. I think I have to defend a team that I hate with all of my soul. That comes up in just about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
moment of truth. There's nothing like it.
You have your own personal definition of wealthy. Plant Moran Wealth Management knows it takes a personal approach to get you there. Experience the difference with Plant Moran Wealth Management. Book a consultation today.
Keep on trucking with Valley Ford of Huron.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players, all during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
I view them as a team that is probably going to be exactly what they have been for the last few years, which Steelers fans hate, which is a team that hovers right around 500, ends up just above 500, isn't really a team that can make a push in the playoffs. I don't see any reason to believe that they are not that. I think the thing that data tells you about aging quarterbacks is that the average depth of target comes down. He has, Aaron Rodgers, the lowest average depth of target in the entire NFL right now. His average depth of target is 5. I just don't see a way that you're going to get through the rest of the season knowing that they have to somewhat keep it close to the line and not find defenses that can go, I know exactly what to do against this. And so I tend to think that, no, they're not particularly good.
That was Lindsay Rhodes of Sumer Sports in the previous segment, and I think she's right now. I also look at the Steelers defense and think, I think the Steelers defense is better than it's played through the first 4 games.
It has to be better.
I also think their schedule lightens up here in a minute because they play the Browns. And I also actually do think like the offense has subsided in a couple big plays here and there. I actually think the offense has room to grow as well. I think in watching Rodgers looks better already through 4 games than I thought Russell Wilson looked through his first 4 games last year when he came, what was that? Because I remember Fields had his moment at the start of the season.
Yeah, and then Russ took over. It was the final 10 games, if memory serves me right?
So like,
after week 6, I want to say.
Like, Russ had like one good game right out of the chute, and then the final 9 games happened. I think Rodgers, I'm not talking about stats. I'm talking about like looks better throwing the ball, looks more comfortable. I think the Steelers are 3-1, and it wouldn't surprise me. Health is a big thing. The early bye's another.
I mean, I thought Lindsay made a great point, though. And it's not one, listen, have I caught every snap of Aaron Rodgers this year? No, but I have watched a substantial amount of the Steelers games. And I didn't realize, like, I looked at the numbers for the Minnesota game. This is a game I watched. I have an actual thought on top of this within that, and I didn't realize 3.3 yards average depth of target. Like we've criticized the idea that Joe Flacco was shackled. Joe Flacco was wearing these golden handcuffs and wasn't able to be Joe Flacco. The early returns right now with Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh, whether it's because he can't make the throws or whether they're doing something with Arthur Smith to tell him not to make the throws, he's not throwing the ball at all of any sort of length down the field.
So I do think that this is Arthur Smith. Why? I don't know. I think it might be as simple of it's early. Let's let the offense take time to germinate, and let's see if we can just kind of stay competitive. And as the season goes, then we'll develop the offense.
Well, so I think people look at what happened in Minnesota, for instance. I think it's a great game to look at because you look at the final numbers and you're like, whoa, Rodgers completed 81% of his passes. Yeah. Like, that's enticing to people, you know? You're like, what, 81%? That's an insanely high number. And then when Lindsay brings you on, you kind of find out why there's just that large number attached to it. And I'm sure if you watch the game, you could tell that as well. But if I'm Arthur Smith, I'm 3-1. I have had success with Aaron Rodgers doing it. I don't think it's the way you should operate with Aaron Rodgers, but I bet they buy 100% into it and continue to do it.
So I think this is tricky because the line on this game on Sunday is only 5.5 points.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's Vegas telling you that they think this game might be more competitive than you think.
So one thing into that, though, is that Tomlin plays games close anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think to me, that was a reflection of how the Steelers typically play these games anyway.
And I actually think this game, I'd be surprised if it's a blowout, it's going to be a real cause for concern. Like, I don't think the Steelers are who they're going to be 5 weeks from now. I think this is the typical Tomlin team that kind of mills around for a while and then suddenly finds its place. Last year was a little different because they had The offense just fell all the way apart. I actually think this is going to harken back to the vintage teen Tomlin teams, where it's like, well, they're 6-2, but they don't really look good.
Mm-hmm.
And then the final 9 games looked really damn good. I think that's what this team's shaping up to be.
I don't know. I guess time will tell on it. I haven't been convinced the entire time that they're anything special, but it's interesting just watching. I told you I listened to Aaron Rodgers yesterday, and he kept talking about these tight ends as if they were the world's greatest. At one point, he said it's the best pair of tight ends I've ever played with in the NFL. He's talking about Freiermuth and Jonnu Smith, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, all right. And then so I looked at it, and I'm like, well, what kind of numbers do they have? The two collectively have 150 yards this season.
Yeah.
Like they haven't done anything.
I think Mike Tomlin's war crime has been on tight ends, because Freiermuth is way better than his stats say.
I've always thought Freiermuth is a good football player.
Didn't Jonnu Smith put up like 800 yards last year or something?
Yeah,
like
Rodgers
that?
is like, this is the best set of tight ends I've ever played with in my career. And and if you've listened enough to Rodgers, he's so pedantic, and he's just increasingly annoying about little details. But he doesn't just straight up lie in these things. Like, he genuinely does believe it. And I'm just not seeing the evidence there. But it's a combination right now. The offense looks fine, and the defense looks fine, and right now that's good enough to be 3-1.
And I'm certain the defense is going to be better. I am certain about that, even though they're a little bit older. The offense, I think, is going to be better. I just don't know how good it's going to be. I just think, I think comparing it to the last couple of years is rough, because I still think Aaron has more in the tank than washed Russ does, and certainly their quarterback situation from the year prior.
I agree with that. Like, there's no part of me that thinks Aaron Rodgers can't play football better than Russell Wilson did last year.
Here's the crazy thing about it, though. I actually think the Browns can win this game.
I don't know why not.
Yeah. I mean, if you can get
This
Aaron,
is going to be a close game.
It should be. And if it's not, it means all the things we were concerned about this year when it came to things like trading Joe Flacco, what message that sent the locker room, the Newsome trade. If Pittsburgh blows you out, it's not because I think the Steelers are every bit as good as their record says. I think it's going to be because you destabilized where this team is.
No, we've all watched enough Steelers games to know it's just not how Tomlin operates. Tomlin gets ahead, and then Tomlin finds ways to let the other team back into it.
We call that a
consistently does that, but he always wins.
Worse Harbaugh.
No, but he still always wins.
Him.
That's the difference. And Stefanski's been doing that this year too, where he lets teams back into it, and then they end up winning. Tomlin's difference is that he lets teams back into it. They make stupid mistakes and stupid things happen, but he still always pulls out the win.
216-474-0092. Are the Steelers good? Maybe the other way of saying it is, are the Steelers as good as their record states they are? I don't think they're playing that level of football. But I actually think that's more concerning. I think when you can win and you're not playing good football, and specifically the defense has a much higher standard that's expected of them, as everybody else gets better, I think you can slingshot even better if you just continue doing what you're doing and have a modicum of health.
Yeah, I agree with your sentiment, though. I do think this weekend's going to be close, which is odd because there's not much enthusiasm around this Browns team. Yeah. This is not the week to come off being like, hey, let's wave the pom-poms. But it's just how these games go with Tomlin.
If they hadn't just done 2 trades that I think can be destabilizers, I might be thinking about pulling out the old G word again.
Which has now become like just a thing around the station.
What do you mean?
Well, you had the G word before I left. Yeah. And when I do not say the G word anymore, I'm not sure.
No. I only pull it out when I mean it.
And then I saw Lima. Lima had the G word was used at one point as well while I was gone. I think the G word was used with Lima.
I was riding my coattails on the G word.
I didn't know if we were just kind of like all taking turns using the G. If it was the season of the G word.
I think imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. They saw me get the guarantee the Green Bay would the double guarantee that Green Bay would win.
Yeah.
And they were like, that sounds like it tastes pretty good. I think I want a slice.
Well, I wasn't sure then if it was like, is Jake Molnick going to do the guarantee tonight? Are we just going to continue to have people go down until we have guarantees from everybody? Is that what's going to happen?
If they want to, they can, but there's only one guarantee king here.
Is the trend going to be,
he's
don't
the
worry.
burger bet king.
I won't step on your guarantees.
I know you won't. Some of these other rabble-rousers. Let's get to quick hits, including Shedeur Sanders on his readiness in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
a shoe that provides amazing arch support for all-day comfort. And best of all, you get all this comfort, stability, and support with the ease of Skechers Slip-ins technology. Just slip them on. There's no bending down and no struggling to tie your shoes. Just step in and go. Try Arch Fit hands-free Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Pete Fiutak coming up in 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Greg Newsome, he gone. So is Joe Flacco. The Browns making 2 trades this week. More on what the Browns are doing with Myles Garrett and what people are accusing the Guardians are doing with Jose Ramirez. But let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
Well, Shedeur Sanders, remember him?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He spoke to the media today about his role with the team.
We're going to make sure we do everything we can to make sure Dylan ready for the games. Each and every day, even when Joe was the start of everything, prepare the right way and be ready to know that you can get out there any point in time. So I'm overly confident within myself. I know when I first got here, I'm ready to play, but it's up to the coaches and whatever decision they make, then fine with it.
So this is multiple times in multiple weeks. Shedeur has said what I think is the only thing you can say, which is I am ready to play and I believe in that, but I trust the coaches, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
As the Shedeur honk on the station, any concern that Shedeur is getting impatient?
No, I loved hearing it. He needs to keep talking the way that he's talking, where he's telling everyone, I'm ready to play. So when they continue to put out the message, well, he's just not ready, we just don't see it with him, Shedeur does things like he did today and does things like he did last week, where he tells them, not only am I ready to play, I could be a starting quarterback in this league tomorrow. I know I'm ready to play. This is the right mentality by Shedeur. He needs to keep this mentality. Don't let him break you.
I just like when people are like, there's been a criticism of, you don't need to say you're ready to play. If you're ready to play, you'll play. It's like, if he said anything other than, I know I'm ready to play, people would lose their mind about that too, because anything the kid says, people lose their damn mind.
But I think people want him just to fall in line and to just be like, well, if that's what the coach says, then I guess I'll put my head down, I'll get back to work, and I'll make sure that I do the job necessary to prove to Stefanski that I'm ready to play. It's like he's like, screw that nonsense. I'm ready to play. Like I can do this right now. And by the way, that is a subtle way of him saying, I don't appreciate you continuously putting it out there that I'm not ready to play, because clearly I believe I am ready.
It's a fair amount of editorializing from you. Somebody's fired up.
In the right way, mind you. I don't even know what that meant at the end there. It just kind of felt good to me. All right. Also, I noticed, I don't know if this feels good or not either. Actually, I thought this got awkward. I don't know if you watched any of the Fox post game yesterday after the Blue Jays took down the Yankees. That series ends, but it's Big Papi on there. It's Derek Jeter. It's Alex Rodriguez, and they get to interview Vladimir Guerrero, and this is how it went down.
The Yankee lose. The Yankees lose. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hey, let's do it again. The Yankees lose. One more. The Yankees lose.
So, it's still funny to me, but Big Papi just didn't. He just, like, Vlad Guerrero Jr. was excited to do it the first time.
Yep.
And then he kept doing it because he just beat the Yankees. It's a good time. They've done a lot of trolling of the Yankees this series.
Yep.
And Big Papi just kept going for it.
Was Jeter
they
and
were both
A-Rod
there. Yeah, they're both there, and they both look pretty like what's going on right now.
See,
A-Rod took it in good stride. Jeter didn't.
Oh, that kind of makes sense.
Jeter took it like exactly the way that you think.
A-Rod is fake. Even if it bugged him, he wouldn't let you know.
And A-Rod, he smiled the way that you're supposed to in that moment. Jeter just seems like he's just a jerk. There's just no other way to put it.
Yep.
Jeter stinks.
Yeah, he really
I hate it because I like Jeter. I liked him as a player. Yeah, Jeets. Like there's a lot of fun Jeter stuff, but he just kind of stinks.
We also say his analysis, while not
the gift baskets, all of it. I loved it all.
While not just lacking personality, analysis ain't great either.
It doesn't have to be. It's like Tom Brady, though. Anything he says, people elevate to a higher order, and it doesn't have to be.
This is where Big Papi gets it. It is about entertaining people. And that's what Jeets just will never get.
Yeah, as Big Papi just... Listen, it was funny to me. I liked how much fun Big Papi was having, but Vlad was like uncomfortable, and it was just one of those things. The trolling that's gone on in this series, though, the Blue Jays have swerved into it in a beautiful way.
Spreading the news. John Schneider, well done, sir.
Yeah, very good.
Bucks quarterback Baker Mayfield, remember him, commented on the changing perceptions people have of him.
I told you guys I try and not get too high, not get too low, which is something that I was not doing early on in my career. But, early on in my career, it's looked as cocky, immature. Now it's moxie. He's a dog. So it's the same different day. Just as long as you play well, they change the narrative. But you just got to be yourself, and I've always been like that.
So did Baker actually mature, or are we seeing? What do you make of this answer?
Well, I mean, he's not wrong.
No, he's not. But I think it's funny that he went for
the narrative does change
when he was playing well. He was, hey, I have changed a lot since Cleveland, and now he's like, bleep that narrative. I'm the same damn guy.
I don't think in that the whole stretch of the way, I didn't buy what he was trying to sell off in that regard, because I think we've just been around Baker long enough to know. I think he's gotten more mature. I do believe that to be true, but I also think what he said is right. He can get away with a lot more now. That video of him jawing with the fans before the game is getting underway, if he did that in Cleveland, people would rake him through the coals. People would look at him like, well, this is why you can't be a franchise quarterback. But when you're winning and you're playing good football, people look at it as moxie. He's not wrong.
Does this mean Halloween's coming up? We gonna dress like we're from Home Alone again? Are we going to do that? We going to do the 3 different facial hair days of Baker Mayfield? Can we bring it back?
I got blocked by Baker on Twitter for that moment, by the way, when he dressed up like he was in Home Alone.
And you were like a Baker stan.
I know. I was very in with Baker's camp, too, at the time, which is odd enough that then that was what got me blocked. But yeah, it was a dark time right there. I pointed. Well, I just wanted him not to dress like don't wear a white tee to the press conference. I love Baker. Right. Don't wear a white tee to the press conference.
Act
like you've been to a press conference.
Where's your criticism
before.
From Miles, who we get to see sweatpants and all of Miles on any given day?
No. This is first off, and I would not criticize that only because it's in his locker room, by the way, during the week. I'm talking at the podium after the game ended. That's when that went down.
Doesn't Miles go to the podium shirtless?
Not after games. Not after games, okay. He doesn't. He does it during the week when you go into the locker room in his own environment. And Njoku's never been shirtless as far as I can recall. Not that I have great recall for David Njoku's shirtless memories.
Seems like you might.
I've never seen him go to the podium with a big podium after the game. Now maybe in his locker room after the game, different story. But quarterbacks go to the big podium, coaches go to the big podium. You don't wear a Hanes T-shirt that costs you $7 there. You got to at least do something.
It was very trendy. It was actually like a $15 shirt.
I know you want me to turn into don't wear backwards hat guy is what you want me to turn into.
Your boy Colin Coward.
But no, and it was an innocent tweet too was the other thing. It was just like a bold choice for the starting quarterback to wear a Hanes $7 T-shirt to the press conference. That got me blocked.
And then the good Lord decided to pair you with the sloppiest dresser at 92.3 The Fan.
Well, and I was
calling that karma.
At the time, if you remember correctly, and I don't know why you would, I was doing a 6 Degrees of Baker Mayfield bit where I was trying to get as close to Baker Mayfield on the air as I possibly could. So every single week on Sunday, I would have somebody that was close. I started off with his barber, and then I went to his the guy that batted 4th on his high school baseball team as Baker batted 3rd that was now playing minor league baseball, and I was inching closer and closer and closer, and I had it lined up to then end with Emily Mayfield. And it was all good to go. And then I had that stupid Hanes tweet, and it was gone.
Yep. You touched greatness.
That's when Baker...
And here you are.
He knows the defense I had of him. It's all right. All right, no defense here for Juan Thornhill. He was on with Cam Hayward's podcast, Not Just Football, and he was asked... Now, listen, he plays for the Steelers now. I don't know that it's shocking that this is his response, but he was asked, TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, who's the better player? Here we go.
I think it's like a little bit of a rivalry going on, like within just them two, not even just Cleveland and Pittsburgh. It's like they both are going to try to outperform one another. I'm not going to lie to you, Myles is a hell of a player. He's a guy that's going to be tough to stop. Then same on the other side, TJ is just like a guy you got to stay away from. He's always in the right spot at the right time.
So you're just saying TJ's better?
I'm going with TJ.
I want to say this is something... But even in the descriptor I had leading up into it, he can't say Myles Garrett in this moment.
Yes, he can.
You can't.
Yes, he can.
Why?
Because he's played with both of them. You could have a pair on you. You could have a set on you.
Yeah, he doesn't have that set. Maybe he does. I don't want to speak about Juan Thornhill's
He does when he's trolling people on social media. He's a big boy there. Now he's afraid of Yinzers?
It's stupid. It would be very stupid if he came out and said Myles Garrett.
Or to be honest. And that's one thing I don't think Juan is. I think he would be if his career was done and you asked him this question. When you ask him this question when he plays with TJ Watt, the obvious answer is he afraid of Watt?
I just think, why would you disrupt a member of your defense? And because you think TJ Watt's going to take that responsibly? Like, you got to know who you're dealing with.
I think
part of TJ Watt is going to take that in good graces.
Yet again, this is another case of
TJ Watt. He gets upset about
this stuff.
Watt
takes umbrage
all the way to JJ
to being. Oh my gosh, that just annoys me. Like, again, if I was a 2-time Defensive Player of the Year award with countless money, I've got generational money. After football's done, I'm going into Canton and I've got a great life. I can have just about any woman I want. Like, why would you care if somebody says, hey, that other guy who's also generational with generational wealth going to Canton is better than you? That's just TJ's just so damn soft. He's such a baby.
He is. That's why Juan couldn't be honest in this moment.
Because he can't stand up to him because he's also soft? Oh!
He just doesn't want to disrupt the locker room right now because he knows TJ is going to go right to his locker room and be like, you said what about me?
Juan's thorns looking a little small these days. Ain't got stones.
Juan's thorns.
It's Thornhill.
I know. I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
Now, it's Thorn. I'll just explain it off air what his thorn is.
There's no explanation needed.
All right.
So
in a man and a woman.
A man
and a woman, when they love each other.
Yes.
Okay.
Did they use their thorn? Is that what you're suggesting?
You're not going to out-freak this freak, okay? I think you know they do. Because you're a proud papa, too.
I have evidence twice over that we've done the deed. Only
Let's
twice.
Take care of your schmeckle. It's true. Consider Jose Ramirez, then consider Myles Garrett, and your entire perspective should change. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
that series 2-1. The Kevin Stefanski Show is back tonight at 7 o'clock. You can catch tonight's Coaches Show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Get a preview of Sunday's game every Friday morning. Browns analyst Nathan Segura on The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Fridays at 9 a.m. on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I hope somebody brings a succulent. Pete Fiutak coming up in 20 minutes' time. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. It has been a busy day so far. Greg Newsome dealt to Jacksonville earlier today. We will have more on that as we get the show going, as we get later into the show, rather, including the idea of whether the Browns sold too early and what message that sends to the locker room. But I thought it was really interesting, seeing as how people took the Newsome and Flacco trades. I don't think they're tanking. You don't think they're tanking, right?
No.
Those two moves in and of themselves, to me, don't constitute that extreme version of trying not to win. I think we're 1 or 2 trades away from that. Like if you take, it's funny because Lindsay with Sumer Sports said,
Lindsay Rhodes,
well, you take a couple defensive pieces away. I actually think if you take 1 or 2 pieces away from this offense, you're making it impossible to win, no matter who your quarterback is.
It's not good. And so that's like, I don't know, maybe I just need another definition of tanking. But like, do I think right now they're going into the Pittsburgh game and they're trying actively to go for draft position? No, I don't think that. But obviously it's not heading in the right direction.
Yeah, like when, if you were to move off of Posick to see what you have in Luke Whippler, or if you were to bench any of your veterans up front to see what you have in a Zach Zinter, playing those guys who have not earned the playing time, you're playing them because you got to see what you have in them. You might already be doing that at quarterback. You've actually got guys who've earned their job over the course of 2, 3, 4, 5 years. I think that'll be another sign on top of like an Njoku or Jerry Jeudy or a Wyatt Teller, guys who actually might have a place here in the future.
So is this the canary in the coal mine, though? Like, is this the beginning stages of us getting to that? Because I feel like that's what I think a lot of fans are thinking right now, and I'm with those fans that are thinking that. Like, it's so odd to have these trades that you see in the NFL. It's obviously it's been magnified. We have more than we ever have, but to have them this early and then to have the same team do 2 in a week, you know what you're signaling to everybody else. Like, if anything, it's almost one big giant banner to the rest of the NFL, like, hey, I guess we are open for business.
I just think it's really interesting that the Browns, to harken back to Myles Garrett, who said, the Browns have told me about the plan at quarterback and I'm in. The farther we get into this, it's apparent the plan was you're going to pay me $40 million and I will go along with just about anything with that plan.
Yeah, but I think we all kind of thought that at the time, did we not?
No, but I think it reinforces it with every day.
For sure it does. And it's one of those things where I almost feel bad for some of the people that believed that they told them some secretive actual plan that they were going to execute and figure out. And it's like they never had a plan. They didn't really know what they were doing. We watched the entirety of this just materialize as they're going on. And the only reason I can say that and not kill them after saying it is because I just don't think they took this year very seriously. I think they took this year for what it is, Nick. This year is we called it poison pill before. That's what this year is. And then you get all your ducks in a row. In 2026, you get after it.
So I think what's interesting about this is just yesterday we were talking about the fella that took out the full page ad in the Plain Dealer, and basically it was
there's disdain there.
I saw his media thing today.
Did you?
We'll get to it later.
Down to some places. Yeah.
We'll get to it later. Maybe after Pete Fiutak, we'll get to it, and I'll give you my just absolutely unbridled thoughts on it. but part of his attack on the Dolans in the Plain Dealer was you're wasting Jose Ramirez's career, right? And I just thought it was silly. I thought it was like, they've been to the playoffs so often. They've been consistently competitive as an organization. They haven't won a World Series, but they've been in a World Series with Hosey.
Yeah.
I think it's an asinine thing to say that they're wasting Hosey. So when I consider that, I then look to Myles and go, No, the Browns are 100% wasting the prime of Miles, which is why when Miles asked for a trade in January, I backed him and said he has every right to do this because you are wasting his prime. And this season is another instance of, gosh, Miles is unblockable. He is on another level. And he isn't going to sniff the playoffs.
Yeah, it stinks. And I'm trying to, like, the hope you have in the NFL is that things can turn on a dime very quickly, right? Like Jacksonville, for instance, that's a 4-win team last year. Nothing's changed. Trevor Lawrence is still their quarterback. And Trevor Lawrence, by the way, isn't even playing any better than we've seen Trevor Lawrence play in years past. His numbers really aren't particularly good. He's not having a great season by all accounts, but they are winning games. And I think the hope there would be that you can turn it around that quickly. But with Miles and the way that the Browns are attacking this, who honestly thinks that they're going to turn it around in time for Miles to go ahead and benefit from that?
So I honestly don't know who is manning our social media page right now for Afternoon Drive, so I'm going to communicate on air with this.
Okay.
Whomever it is, I want to send out a poll. Whose prime is being wasted more by their organization, Jose Ramirez or Myles Garrett? Because if you answer Jose Ramirez, I don't know we're watching the Browns at all. I think you might just be so hard up on the Dolans that you're missing out on one of the great fumbles in football history being delivered, Myles Garrett. And if he ends his career with 1 playoff win and 2 playoff appearances, it'll be one of the great, I don't even know you can quantify what an incredible disappointment that would be.
So I think what the person on the paper was trying to get across, or I think where most Guardians fans try to get across with this wasting narrative of Jose's career, is that you're on the doorstep of being a perennial contender. Like, throughout his career, you've been knocking on the door. Again, ALCS appearance just last year. You've been to the World Series with J-Ram. Like, you've been right there, and I think they were hoping that you just burst through with a couple additions here and there, right?
But what's funny is that in his career, at least early, they did make those additions. They did make the Andrew Miller thing. They
talked about it before. They spent $150 million in 2017. They spent $150 million in 2018, right? But again, we're talking about the idea that you're knocking on the doorstep. You're right there. We don't have those conversations with Miles because you're not knocking on any doorstep when it comes to Miles. They're not that close. They're not a piece away. They're not like hey, if I scream at Andrew Berry loud enough, he's going to go out there and acquire the cornerback that we're missing. You're not there, and I think that might be the difference in this discussion.
But they were.
I agree with you.
But they were.
Well,
they walked into these guys, Stefanski and Barry.
There was a run where they legitimately made an effort for it.
Well, but
they won 1 playoff game.
I mean, these guys inherited Miles and Nick Chubb and Baker, and even though he was a clown show, OBJ and Denzel, the number 10 pick in the draft, which then they went to take the only left tackle out of that class that's out of the NFL at this moment in Jed Wills instead of Tristan Wirfs, who went 2 picks later. They walked into the best defensive end. Like, the guy that I think, when I watch Myles Garrett, it is the closest thing, or one of the closest things I've ever seen to watching Reggie White, my favorite player ever, has 1 playoff win and 2 playoff appearances. And in that stretch you're talking about, though, they did have some of those years were really bad Joe Woods years, where the defense were the reason why they weren't able to go and take a step further. So listen, this is not, to me, it's a comparison thing. I understand why people make the point that Jose's career is being wasted. I just don't agree with it. Meaning wasted by the Guardians not, putting enough money into that thing. I think Jose's doing just fine. If Jose really felt like he was being wasted, he wouldn't have signed that contract extension for the team-friendly discount 3 years ago. I just look at Miles and I go, I still am empathetic. As annoyed as I was about all the offseason stuff, I'm still empathetic of a guy who deserves so much more, and I can't figure out why every day we don't have at least one person tweeting at us or in the super chat on YouTube saying, man, they're really going to waste this guy's all-time career, and he's going to sniff the playoffs once, maybe one more time.
Because I think for a lot of people, that went away when he took the bag. When he took the $40 million and didn't force the hand, I think that went away. It's just my read on it. Like, if you really wanted to be gone and go to that situation that you talked about where you wanted to play for a Super Bowl team and you wanted to do that, listen, the teams were out there. As evidenced by the Micah Parsons trades, teams were out there. And that's even beyond just the actual Packers. We're talking the Lions had interest, the Bills had it. Teams were out there. You didn't force it hard enough. You didn't want it bad enough. If he really wanted to be on a team that was going to be a Super Bowl contender this year, he needed to hold his ground. And so I think for a lot of fans, I think that goes away. I think it just became strictly about the money, and then he folded like a cheap suit. He took his cash, so I think the empathy goes away. Whereas J-Ram, I think a lot of people feel empathetic because he obviously took a massive discount with the expectation they were going to put more money towards the team, as evidenced by what J-Ram said himself, and we've not seen that. And I think that's where a lot of people then sit back and say, well, geez, that does stink. Even if I don't think they're wasting J-Ram's career, because it's not how I look at it, but I can see how a fan would look at it and say, I feel bad for J-Ram for what he signed up for, whereas Miles signed up for something different.
But if I understand the nuance that you're making, so I do want to, but just to rebut that, but they're constantly putting things around Jose to win because they constantly win with Jose. No matter how much money the Haslam spend, and this is what always kind of I get guffawed about with the spend more money thing is the Haslam spend as much money as you can possibly spend, and they just don't run the organization well. They just consistently trip all over themselves in a way that's, I say, more humiliating. Like if you're thrifty, but you've got a great front office, great GM, or a great manager, and a future Hall of Famer in Jose Ramirez, and you're going to the playoffs every year, could you be doing more to win? Yes. But the one thing you could be doing more is spend money. The Browns could be doing everything but spending money. That's such a bigger chasm between winning and not winning.
Well, it shows that the Guardians are much closer to being a consistent winner than what the Browns ever are. Like, what you're describing with the Browns runs way deeper than just a pocketbook fix.
Yes.
Whereas with the Guardians, there are many fans out there that believe that it is just as quick as a pocketbook fix, and that's all you need because you have the right infrastructure, you got the right pieces that are being developed. You just need the financials.
Eric on the chat on YouTube saying it's Miles and it's not close. Well, at afternoon 923 FAN, whose prime is being wasted more by their organization? 56% of 43 votes, now 53 votes, saying Myles Garrett. 44% saying Jose Ramirez.
When we talked about it before the show, by the way, we both agreed it was Miles.
Yes.
And I think it's Miles with a bullet. So if it ends up being a closer race on Twitter than what we thought it was going to be going into it, that's interesting to me.
Dan in Amherst, real quick, buddy. Whose prime is being more wasted by their organization, Jose or Miles?
Well, Jose got his streak, so we're good there. And as far as Miles goes, you don't have to have empathy for him to realize that his career, and as talented as he is amongst the best in the NFL, it's more his talent is being wasted more. And it doesn't have to do with money. It has to do with the proper front office. So.
All right, buddy, we appreciate you. Real quick here, we're going to go with Ed in LaGrange. Ed, we only got about 15 to 20 seconds here.
Okay.
Whose prime is being wasted more?
Well, Jose's wasting his own prime. He's been to the playoffs quite a few times, and look at his stats in the playoffs. He doesn't show up when it comes to playoffs time, so he's wasting himself in some ways.
That was a left turn I did not see coming. Ed, we appreciate you. I didn't. I felt like someone was going to say, with Miles is wasting his own prime because of the nonsense and the goofball stuff with the media and the car accident and what is perceived as immaturity. And I guess he likes Elton John music. I think people have a problem with that. I don't. He also likes classic cars, which I like too, so I like that.
Oh, I didn't know he liked Elton John.
Yeah.
I love Elton John.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw Elton John when he came to Progressive. I saw Elton John. I've always liked Elton John.
You saw the ghost of Elton John.
What do you mean? I saw that it was this farewell tour that he's been doing for 12 years.
Yeah.
How do you keep coming out with that? It's like the Yellow Brick Road farewell tour. You've been doing that for a decade.
Are you new to classic rock? That's all any of them do.
How does that work that way? How do they keep
Leonard
getting away with
Skinner's been saying goodbye since the plane crash in 77.
I was like, I've seen you. You did the farewell tour at the Q. Now you're doing the one at Progressive. Or how many farewell tours do you get?
They're different venues.
He killed it, by the way, too. Still had it going.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
He can barely sing anymore. And he can't move.
No, that's mean. I had an enjoyable time. It was Elton John. It was great. I'm not even a concert guy. You know this about me at this point in life. I loved it. I thought he was awesome.
When Crocodile Rock came on, did you just lose your mind?
Actually, one of my least favorite Elton John songs.
It's one of his least favorite Elton John songs.
I believe it. It's not a great song.
216-474-0092, or you can vote at afternoon 923 FAN, whose prime is being wasted more by their organization, Myles Garrett or Jose Ramirez. Pete Fiutak in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Furniture in Akron, keeping it local since 1937.
Stop by Wayside Furniture's annual half-off sale this weekend to save on reclining sofas, sectionals, dinettes, and more. Wayside in Akron, 1367 Canton Road, near the intersection of Route 224. Keeping it local since 1937.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We've got plenty to react to. I do want to get to the doofus with the plain dealer thing. Not even living in Northeast Ohio, by the way. Very predictable outcome today. However, we'll get to that. But Ohio State, Illinois this weekend, Alabama, Missouri. We got some matchups on the line to talk the biggest stories in college football. Bill Belichick's apparent failure. Did you see the dual press releases between Bill Belichick and Bubba Cunningham yesterday?
Yeah. They're really trying to show an aligned front when no one believes it.
I would really like to know if both of them were being held at gunpoint, presumably by Jordan Hudson, to put those press releases out.
Surprised Bill even bothered to put the press release out. Bye week, he's off in Nantucket living and away from the team. Surprised he even bothered.
I'm surprised you think he put it out. I think it was Jordan. Or Mike Lombardi, somebody.
All right, then let's call it Lombardi's press release. Then let's not call it Bill Belichick's press release.
But he put his name on. Pete Fiutak, College Football News, joins us every single Thursday at 4:20 on the Fan Hotline. Pete, welcome back to the show.
And it's such an easy fix. I mean, all you have to do, if you're Belichick or anybody with North Carolina, is be like, hey, look, I'm here because the program needed an overhaul. And it's going to take a little time. We're in a rebuilding mode, and we will get there. But they're only 2-3. It's not like they're 0-5. So it's not great. They're not playing well, but their schedule's relatively easy. They could still go to a bowl game. They could still do something to turn this around. So if you just framed it a little differently and just said, it's going to take a little while.
So,
but
Pete, Lombardi did try to frame it that way, though. He called it a rebuild, and then people got mad at him for that, too.
Yeah, because the problem is if you hire a coach who's that old, you don't have time for the rebuild. And so that's where if you're going to bring in 70 different transfers to come in, well, then you're probably not going to have a very cohesive team right out of the gate.
Pete, we got the Illabuck Trophy. We got Ohio State, Illinois. Is this one going to be close?
Help me with my memory here. When was it was Ohio State with Juice Williams, right? Was that the game where they screwed up the Buckeyes? 90 something.
Fun fact for myself, Pete, that I want you to know: Juice Williams is the only college football jersey I've ever bought.
That's awesome.
Number 7, Juice Williams. Loved him.
Wow, nice. And was he older than you or younger than you?
No, he was older. He was not by much. Not by much, though.
That's okay, though. That's the rule. The player has got to be older than you. Otherwise, if you're wearing a college player's jersey as an old man, kind of creepy, kind of weird. But
what if he bought it 20 years ago, though?
Well, that's right.
That was the point. Yeah,
Sanders,
okay.
Exactly. My Deion Sanders jersey's still fine. I'm okay. So that's the time. So, but yeah, this is one of those games where. Wrong day, wrong time. I mean, we still don't quite know what Ohio State is. I mean, America kind of tuned it out, but that was a little bit of a stress test on the one trip to Washington. It was still, 13-6 with about, 10 minutes to go, 12 minutes to go, whatever it was. I mean, they weren't going to lose, but at least they weren't, ripping it up. But that defense, I mean, we're talking historic stuff here. I mean, it was, I think I got this right. They haven't won 6 in a row by keeping the other team under 10 points since, I think, 1974. I mean, you're talking about, and it's a different era. I mean, this is a far bigger accomplishment because back in the day, everyone won games 2-0. But this is an accomplishment by this D. And the red zone defense, considering the turnover in personnel and defensive coordinator, is just stupid ridiculous. I mean, there's only one other team that I think is under 60% in allowing red zone points, and it's at 58%. Ohio State's at like 27%, and it went up because it gave up a field goal. I mean, like, it's just playing at a lights-out level. I don't think it's going to do that against Illinois. I don't see them winning. I don't see Illinois winning, but I wouldn't be shocked if the secondary for Ohio State got pushed a little harder than it's been pushed all year.
Pete, last year, Emeka Egbuka, or as Gronk calls him, a Big Boo, he was second to Jeremiah Smith the entire season. It was what it was, and that's how people perceived him. And now he's entered the NFL, and he's off to the races, and he's fantastic. Is Carnell Tate? Is he going to have that same type of impact? I'm not even saying at the NFL level, but the idea that you turn around at the end of the season, you're like, he really is really good and doesn't get appreciated enough.
I mean, you just never know with wide receivers. I mean, like, everyone was saying that, Smith-Njigba was going to be, the one-of-ones in that room. And as it turns out, Marvin Harrison, when he kicks it in, is a little bit better. And Garrett Wilson's good. And, all these, talents that they have. And you just never quite know until you get to the league. Look at Alabama over the years and all their great wide receivers. And it's like, oh my gosh, Jerry Jeudy's going to be this next big thing. He's been fine, but he hasn't been great. Jalen Waddle's going to be a game changer. It's just, you never quite know till you get there. But you're right. Egbuka right out of the gate has been fantastic. And, look, boo-hoo, you're Ohio State. You just keep cranking all these great wide receivers. And if you give Sayin time, and that's, the offensive line's been giving him a ton of time to work. So, yeah, you get time to throw to your NFL receivers. It's hard to evaluate NFL quarterbacks coming from Ohio State because of it. But when it comes to receivers and offensive linemen, yeah, they're still rocking and rolling. And they shouldn't have too much problem against Illinois. Illinois does not generate a whole heck of a lot of a pass rush. And that offensive line's getting Altmaier beaten up. So Ohio State's going to win this on the lines. But, again, I won't be shocked if – the social media goes nuts. It's, oh my God, it's 10-3 Illinois in the second quarter. And then, everything changes.
Pete Fiutak on the fan hotline here. So if he just goes to yardage, Julian Sayin's passing yardage is not, I don't even think it's top 15 or top 20, but he is third in college football in quarterback rating. I think he's number one in completion percentage. I think he's top 10 or top 5 in passing touchdowns. Is it too early for the Sayin Heisman campaign?
Yeah, because it's the overall numbers aren't going to be there, and it's more the defense. And Smith is the real star. But look, forget all that. He's great, and that was the big storyline coming into the season on a national scale, where Notre Dame, Alabama, Ohio State. Look, I still think, and I think we finally saw. I've always been yelled at for this. Nico Iamaleava is, and he's Jaden Daniels light. He is that good. He just has nothing around him at UCLA, and we finally saw it last week against Penn State. But that was the argument. Like, any of these schools could have had Nico. Any of these schools could have had this NFL guy, and instead they stuck with their homegrown talent. And now C.J. Carr is being talked about as a possible number 1 overall draft pick caliber guy for Notre Dame. Ty Simpson's been fantastic in the Kalen DeBoer offense over the last few weeks. Dante Moore, I know, not a new guy, but he was kind of experienced at UCLA, but he's in the Heisman race for Oregon. And yeah, Sayin's been great. I mean, all you have to do with that defense is just not screw up. And I always also take the other side is go ahead and take your shot, because if you screw up, the defense will clean up your mess, and there hasn't been a problem so far. So it's a pretty relaxed, charged atmosphere for Sayin to play in, and he's been able to take to it and thrive right out of the gate.
Pete, it's a massive weekend in the Big Ten. There's so many good games. Oregon, Indiana's got my attention in a big way. I'm a big Dante Moore guy at this point, but Oregon and Indiana, they both avoid Ohio State the rest of the way. So it's probably each team's toughest test remaining. Are too many people sleeping on Indiana based off of what happened last year, where it was like they made the playoff, but then they got beat around and they're not very serious, whereas we should be taking them more seriously this time around?
I think also nobody's taking seriously that Penn State's still actually really good, and Indiana still has to go there. But it's budgeted. That is factored into the college playoff thing. Is that Indiana seems like it's that team that's going to be just good enough to hang around and be respectable against Oregon, but it probably loses at Oregon, probably loses at Penn State, goes 10-2, and goes into the playoff. But it's a better team. I mentioned that red zone thing with Ohio State before. The insane stat with Indiana, they've only allowed 3 drives inside the 20 all year. this defense has been playing lights out. Mendoza is playing like a top draft pick. He has been just fantastic with this attack. And at the very least, I think they hold up and make this interesting. I don't think they hold up against the Oregon Lions. And that's it sounds boring. It's Oregon, so still nobody ever takes it seriously. But that is one physical team, and their lines have just been phenomenal so far. I do think Indiana makes this a fight and makes this interesting. Maybe even gets up early. But, it's crazy to be talking about Indiana like this. But, yeah, they're just that good. They're just good enough to make it interesting and then lose to Oregon on the road.
All right, Pete, I heard what you said about Penn State. I'm going to need you to defend it because they just lost to UCLA, and they're 0-2 in Big Ten play. Why? Just why is this going on?
And to the extent right now in the CFN rankings, if you're doing this right, if the ranking systems are correct, they're in the hundreds because they've only beaten FIU, Nevada, and Villanova, and if theoretically and technically, they have to be ranked behind Akron. If you just took away the uniforms and the talent and all that stuff, you just said what has happened on the field, they're ranked behind Akron, they're ranked behind Central Michigan, Tulsa. There's all these ways of doing this. The Oregon game was the Oregon game. That was just okay. It was a great game. Either side, everyone's fine. I just think that Oregon beat them twice. And by the time Penn State woke up, Penn State still almost won that game. Nico went off. UCLA did everything perfect, and it still took everything to pull that thing out. Let's see what happens against Northwestern this week. If no more of this, they still haven't played a great game this year. They haven't been great. They weren't even great, even the blowouts over FIU and Nevada. They just were just better and just got good final scores. But they weren't great in those games. This is one of those games where, all right, Penn State, if this is going to be your year, you shake it off, you wake up, and boom, you'll win like 45-3. And I think we talked about this last week. The comp I put to last year was, what was the big talk with the loss to Oregon was the Will Howard too early slide, and that fueled them the rest of the way. Well, that's what I thought was going to happen with Drew Aller, and oops, they did not exactly come back roaring against the UCLA. This is the week they got to do it because they got some tough, nasty games the rest of the way, but they can still do it. They're going to have to beat Ohio State to get to 10-2. But they still have the talent to potentially pull that off.
Oh, between Penn State with Drew Aller, between what's happened with Texas and Arch Manning and a couple other guys. Pete, how did the prognosticators get this quarterback setup so seemingly wrong for how people perceive it now?
They're overcoached. I am a Gian on this, and just anybody, I will keep screaming it. They're screwing up Arch Manning. They are screwing up these alternatives. It's the DJ Uiagalelei of quarterbacking now, where once you let these guys just fire back, let it rip, they're great. And what happens is they just get coached, don't screw it up, don't make this read, make this. Instead of just being a quarterback and going out there and throwing it, and you see it every single time. That's why the 2-minute drill goes so well, because in 2-minute drills, all they have to do is these quarterbacks can just be a quarterback. Go out there and throw, and they could do that. It's when they have to work through these different things and don't look here, blah, blah, blah. Just go and throw it to the open man or throw it to your receiver and go. And I think these guys are just right. You can see it with Aller. He's now been screwing up just big enough in the two big games that he's being coached the wrong way. But when he had to let it rip against UCLA last week, there it goes. We're fine. It was the Jake Browning thing. When he came in for Burrow, he was awesome. Why? He could just let it fly. Who cares if he threw interceptions? He made the offense go, and Cincinnati won. Then he became the starter, and stuff became real, and then everything changed. So I just think these guys are way too overcoached.
Pete, we appreciate you, buddy. Great stuff. We'll talk to you next Thursday.
Anytime, guys.
Pete Fiutak there, College Football News on the Fan Hotline. I think we just should ban Polynesian quarterback names for this segment. I just think there's a lot there.
Just for the segment that's got like 30 seconds left in it?
Yeah, there was I feel like we get
sure, you want your ban, you got it.
Yeah, there. It was that easy. Didn't even have to defend it.
Simple as that.
The DJ Uiagalelei was tougher for our boy Pete than Iam Alieva.
You also you take pride in saying DJ's last name.
That's true.
Yeah. It's like when I was around Baskin when Giannis first entered the NBA, and he couldn't say Antetokounmpo at all, and so I'd go around just being like Giannis Antetokounmpo, and I'd bring up Giannis in scenarios that didn't even need Giannis to be brought up, just so I could say Antetokounmpo. That's where you're at with DJ right now.
They'd be talking about mortgage rates, and you'd be like, I hope the Bucks don't mortgage the future of Giannis Antetokounmpo. Pete Fiutak right there on the fan hotline. Great stuff with him. We'll react to what he had to say, and the Browns injury report is out as well. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys.
17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
This is one of those games where wrong day, wrong time. I mean, we still don't quite know what Ohio State is. I mean, like, America kind of tuned it out, but that was a little bit of a stress test on the one trip to Washington. It was still, 13-6 with about, 10 minutes to go, 12 minutes to go, whatever it was. I mean, they weren't going to lose, but at least they weren't, ripping it off. But that defense, I mean, we're talking historic stuff here. I mean, the red zone defense, considering the turnover in personnel and defensive coordinator, is just stupid ridiculous. I don't see Illinois winning, but I wouldn't be shocked if the secondary for Ohio State got pushed a little harder than it's been pushed all year.
Pete Fiutak, College Football News, every Thursday at 4:20, giving us his take on Ohio State, Illinois. The Buckeyes are 14.5-point favorites. And this feels like, after winning the national championship last year, it feels like where we were in the peak Urban years after they won the national championship, where even when they disappointed by not making the playoffs when they should have because they put like half the NFL into the NFL, it does feel like we're at the point of like, who do we have? Illinois? Oh, yeah, they're 17th? Okay. I'll be asleep by halftime. Yeah, it does feel like Ohio State fans are back to that point of hubris.
They haven't allowed a double-digit game yet. Like the defense is as good as Pete is talking about, and so yeah, you do kind of feel a little bit cocky. 14.5 is a large spread in this one, though.
I kind of think Illinois. So everything that everybody said about Minnesota, I think Illinois is a better version of that. Like I think Illinois is quintessential Big Ten team. I still would be surprised if it's within 21 points. With respect to Brett Bielema, I think his team is for real, but it's not Ohio State for real.
Well, I mean, Ohio State's just playing on a different level right now. I don't know. Is that the Minnesota game? Confidence leaking in? The Texas game doesn't look as good now in hindsight, right?
Washington one looks okay.
Looks okay, yeah. I mean, they have some good games in there.
But that's a problem. It's Illinois, Wisconsin, then Penn State at home, then Purdue on the road, UCLA, Rutgers, and then Michigan on the road.
Yeah, like if you look at the schedule and if you take the idea that Penn State is just not ranked right now, it's just Illinois and Michigan is the only two ranked teams you play the rest of the way.
I mean, the only two teams that...
Which is kind of funny to think about.
The only two teams that legitimately scare me are Penn State because they actually do have talent. I disagree with Pete that, hey, they're still a good team. No, they have talent. They're not a good team. So I don't think James Franklin will have them show up.
No.
But again...
What a turn of events that would be. James Franklin just never beats top 10 teams, literally ever, and then Ohio State is the one.
Or that Penn State never loses a game again until the playoffs. That would be another turn.
That would be another turn.
And then Michigan, just because Ryan is not consistently... no, I'll say it a different way. Ryan is consistently dookie the bet against Michigan.
Yeah, which is, again, a fair way if you have some worries about that. There's a part of me that does worry, though, if and again, this would be a great game to go ahead and just stamp that down. You beat Illinois by 21, by 24, whatever that is. You really put the exclamation point on them, then you're on cruise control until Penn State, until the Michigan game. But the Texas game, it just doesn't carry anything for me anymore.
Well, I don't know.
There's a time it did. It doesn't right now.
There's nothing on until the Big Ten title game, which I think you just said is even then. No, that's not true. If it's Ohio State or Indiana, I think that's a legitimate, if you get that win, that'll be they can win the national championship game. I don't think there's any game but that can, now a loss can say the opposite, but there's no win that you're like this, now we know, until the Big Ten title game.
You can't really figure that out right now. And two of the best teams I think of the Big Ten right now, Oregon and Indiana, that are taking on each other this weekend, you don't play them at any point this season.
I do want to give you an updated tally on our afternoon 923 FAN poll.
Okay.
This goes back to 2 weeks ago. Jose Ramirez' career is being wasted by the Guardians. This goes back to the Chet from Plain Dealer who put out the Dolan blasting.
What'd you call him?
A Chet. It's a very Chet move.
Wait, is his name Chet? His name's not Chet.
No, it's Tim, but his name is Chet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You're fine.
Okay. However,
don't let me distract you.
So where the claim was the Guardians are wasting Jose's career, and so we got into the conversation of Myles Garrett and the fact that this will be another wasted year. The updated total: 65% of people saying that Myles' career is being wasted more by the Browns than Jose's is. But Liam says Hosey. Myles wanted Baker out of town. Now asks why we can't play winning football anymore. I thought the only defense of the only way you could answer Hosey is if you just wanted to completely denigrate Myles and thought he didn't deserve that he deserved the Browns' lack of success.
But that is an interesting point. I actually I want to play with that for a second. Like, Myles does bear some responsibility for Baker Mayfield not being here. Like, do I think that they still would have tried to go through and get Deshaun Watson? Yes, I do. But do I think it was exasperated by the idea that one of your best players on the team and somebody that clearly was already showing future Hall of Fame promise in Myles Garrett clearly did not get along with Baker Mayfield, and they seemed like they feuded at every turn? Yeah, like, that does matter. Like, in some ways, Myles he's made his bed at every turn. Whereas if you look at Jose loved Lindor. Like, he wanted Lindor to be here forever. That way, and Lindor got taken away for financial reasons. But if Hosey had his druthers, it would have been him and Lindor until the end of time.
The only thing I would say is the Browns could have told Myles to shut up and play football.
It's essentially what they ended up doing.
And but no, they traded Baker.
Oh, you mean in that sense?
Yeah.
You mean in that sense?
Like,
yeah.
that was a know your leaders and know that Myles himself is a little vociferous and a little talking out of both sides of his mouth, and just say, hey, your pros, make it work.
That is a part of the Baker conversation that I feel like in us just discussing it over the previous couple months and going back and looking at that I don't think we've done enough touching on, is that that idea, Myles and Baker did not get along, and it was very well known, and Myles was not really shy about the whole ordeal either.
Well, but okay, Seattle, the defense hated Russell Wilson. They went to 2 Super Bowls. Why? Because Pete Carroll was the adult in the room, because
but Russ
John
also
Schneider
went to a Super Bowl right away. There's a difference in that.
No, there is, but again, this is where you have to preach patience to the players, and instead, Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski were impatient. Eric responding to the Twitter poll saying it's close. I don't think it is. I think the Browns are unequivocally wasting the second best football player I've seen in Cleveland since 1999, and I think the Guardians have had a lot of success with Hosey, in spite of the fact they haven't spent what I would like, or what I think a majority of fans would like. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. The Big Dipper is back. And what am I dipping? Daisy French onion dip. Chips, I dip them. Wings, I dip them. Veggies, I dip them. Now listen, maybe you're thinking, got the game tonight, want to get some chips, get some dip. Get Daisy.
break down the Browns game on Monday. Hopefully the Browns beat the Steelers and we have something there. But I think we're going to break down trades. I think Wyatt Teller, do you keep Wyatt? Do you try to sign Wyatt to an extension? What do you try to do?
I actually think that's more on the table now than I ever thought it was before the year started.
I bet you're right about that. David Njoku's probably gone. Shelby Harris on a 1-year deal. Goodbye. Jerome Ford. Bye. Yeah, they're going to be making trades here.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Sports Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got the quarterback Deadpool update coming up at 6:20 tonight. Cash love it. It's 6:30 tonight. More on the Browns' moves this week and whether they're rebuilding. Are they tanking? What are they doing? We'll find out and continue that conversation at 5:20. But Browns defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz spoke with the media today. Of course, he was asked about the team trading Greg Newsome to the Jaguars for Tyson Campbell.
Well, it was after the fact. It wasn't. I mean, that's Kevin and AB's thing. And, I would say this, we're really going to miss Greg. Such a good guy. You guys know him. Great locker room guy, great worker, great pro, productive player, always a positive attitude, brought a lot of energy. So our excitement of Tyson doesn't diminish, it in no way diminishes, what we felt about Greg. But Tyson's got size. He's got excellent straight line speed. He's a physical player. He's a good tackler. I'd have to say he probably wasn't a great fit for their scheme change. And he's probably, a little bit more of a scheme fit for us.
It is interesting. Kevin Stefanski seemed pretty upset at the idea that Joe Flacco was traded, and it didn't sound like Jim Schwartz was all too thrilled that Greg Newsome's on a different team now either.
Yeah, and listen, you can't give the DC a heads up on trading one of his starting corners because it came together quick, which seems to be the buzzword of this week.
He definitely wanted that known, too, by the way. So when he says that and he puts that in there, he wanted it known and he wanted you guys to know that he did not have any say in the matter. Not that we'd expect him to really have a say in it, but yeah.
I think this week is tougher for Greg, for Jim Schwartz, because Tyson Campbell has not played in this defense, and it's going to take him a minute to pick it up. I do think long run, I do buy the idea that Tyson fits more what they want to do on the outside than Greg Newsome does.
Yeah, again,
if he can just stay healthy.
Work if he's the 2024 version of him, or even just getting in a different defensive scheme might just be the trick. I don't know, but Jacksonville fans were celebrating in such an odd way about Campbell not being on their team, to the point where, and it's not like as if any PFF grades or anything else backs up the idea that Campbell's been anything short of really not great for 2 years now.
Well, don't forget, there's also been health issues. I think that's another part of that as well. And that's the toughest thing to be like, well, if he can just stay healthy, because you say that about a quarter of the league.
But it's very easy to see how the Browns got here, though. It is. It's easy to see if they're not playing necessarily for this season being the most important thing, but maybe next year, and you start moving forward. And the idea that it's a very friendly financial deal with Tyson Campbell that they've found themselves in now.
So they save $8.5 million, so that is good, because again, what you don't spend this year, you can roll over to next year if you need to. Here's the only thing I would say is I almost would rather they kind of split the difference with this. They save $8.5 million. They get a player that fits what they want to do a little bit longer term than Greg does. I almost rather would have just saved the money and then gotten a better draft pick than another player back. But again, if you'd done that, there's no way you can't claim you're not tanking at that point.
I don't know if you heard anywhere. I did not, and I think it's interesting to note. They were very adamant that the Bengals called the Browns with the Joe Flacco deal, right? It surprised us. They called us. No one said anything like that with this Jacksonville deal.
Oh, I think, I don't know, I cannot remember who it was, but I swear today somebody said
Jacksonville gave the call?
It might have been Mary Kay. If I'm misappropriating what you're saying.
I didn't catch everyone talking, so if that's the truth, then that is interesting. Then that's interesting for a different reason, because now they're framing it as that we're just taking all these calls that people are bringing to the table, and hey, we're just innocent in all this. They called us. I mean, geez, if a $100 bill falls on your doorstep, you gotta bend down to pick it up. Am I right, guys?
I still think it would be funny if that's like the framing of it, because it's like you swapped a 6th for a 5th and then a 6th for a 7th. Like, it's not like this. Oh my gosh!
I mean, I think it's almost.
Behold, look at the fortune I've amassed.
It's almost like 10 times as interesting to me if that is true what you're saying about if it was Mary Kay or somebody else, that they did let it be known out there that Jacksonville was the team that called, because then they're consistently doing it, which I find really interesting. Because again, why would we care about that in this equation? All right, Odyssey Sports betting insider Nick Kostos on with Baskin and Phelps today. He said that more trades could be coming for the Browns, including a major change in the wide receiver room.
I think 4-6 weeks from now, we are going to be talking about Isaiah Bond as being the number 1 receiver on this team. I actually see no reason why they would keep Jerry Jeudy on the team. I think this is going to be like a fire sale come trade deadline time. And Njoku could be on the way out. I'm not reporting anything, just saying, like Harold Fannon's been really good. You save money if Njoku is on the way out. And I think they want to open up space for Bond and maybe for Jamari Thrash. So I wouldn't be shocked if Judy's not on the team post-trade deadline.
I would be, for a couple of reasons. One, I don't know what you're going to be able to get for a wide receiver that's had 1,000-yard receiver and has led the league in drops both this year and last year. Two, you are intending to get a quarterback next year. You don't want to try and have to add 2 wide receivers. If you trade Jerry, you're going to have to definitely do that. And 3, I still know there's going to be a huge market for Jerry in general, no matter what. Yeah. Oh, no, so the third one, sorry, I already said that. Third one is I don't know his contract situation. I think you'd have to eat dead money to trade him.
Well, he's got 1 more year left. I can find that out easily. I'm sure.
Wait, didn't he sign a 4-year deal?
It's a 3-year extension.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a 3-year extension in the 2024 offseason. So he has 1 more year after this one. I can look it up in between the break with the financials attached to if they did make that move, how it would look. But at least you get the out after the. I should make it clear. You get the out after the 3rd year. I think it actually does go to the 4th year, like you're talking about. The out was after 2027, if memory serves me right. But the point is, and what remains in this is that I don't think they're going to move Jerry Jeudy because then for the 2026 quarterback, it becomes incredibly hard to then try to not only have a competent offense, but to have we already can't decide who they're going to throw to now. You are killing the rest of 2025 for a quarterback, and then also 2026 as well. It doesn't make sense to me. I do love the idea that Nick Kostos thinks that when he comes on, people are thinking that he's reporting something, though. He's a gambling guy. I like Nick. I like his energy. But he's a gambling guy.
I would understand Njoku. I would understand Jerome Ford. I wouldn't like it, but I would understand Alex Wright. The one guy that I just think would... by the way, I'd understand it with Batonio and Conklin. The one guy I would not understand it with, unless he went to them and said, I'm not re-signing next year, the one guy that would legitimately enrage me is Wyatt Teller. I really think, like, he's just still a damn fine football player. I don't know what the price tag's going to be, but, like, you're already going to have to replace at least 3 guys on that offensive line, unless Whippler or Zinter or KT Leviston plays in the second half and shows you something.
Yeah.
You don't need to make it a 4th guy or potentially a 5th guy with Wyatt.
A trade involving Jerry Jeudy at this point would be very expensive for the dead money. Essentially, it's $28 million for the rest of this season that you'd eat instantly. Is not
for like a pick swap.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger joined the morning show today. He broke down Dillon Gabriel's NFL debut and the Browns' inability to throw the ball down the field.
Well, I mean, what receiver are you going to throw to besides Jeudy? Like, who's out there? Like, they don't have much. But I would say that, you go down there and you have a lead at some point, 17-7, whatever it was. You run a 2-minute drill and put a field goal up at halftime before the half to go up 10-7. I mean, I don't know. Like, what is he? Where are you supposed to throw it to and air it out with a left tackle that's, I don't know how many starts KT has at left tackle, and Jack is hanging on at right tackle. I mean, it's been a real issue for this football team, the tackle position. I don't know what quarterback is supposed to light it up against a very complex, maybe the most complex defense in all of football. You don't know who's coming from where in that defense. I don't know. I thought he played well.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the national people have come back around to the idea that it was more than what I call it an acceptable game. It was somewhere around there for Dillon Gabriel, and that's fine. I think that's all everyone is. It's everyone's takeaway as well. It's just you want to see more if you're going to go ahead and have him play the rest of the season.
By the way, who's he throwing to is not a defense of a bad down the field passing attack, right? Like they're NFL caliber receivers. I think Jerry Jeudy has been exposed a little bit with the drops.
That might have been a slight at Jerry Jeudy right there without saying Jerry Jeudy.
But say the same with Isaiah Bond. Like they're pro receivers. Like their job's to get open. And Kevin historically has been able to scheme open receivers. I just thought that was a weird defense of Dillon Gabriel, who, guys, beyond the sticks was not good. He had a lot of overthrows. And I dare say there might have been one or two nice passes beyond the sticks. That right there was the biggest concern coming in, and that'll be the difference between Dillon as a backup and Dillon as a starter. Can he consistently deliver the ball down the field, or at the very least beyond the sticks, to wide receivers and tight ends? And not, hey, we're going to dump this off, and then David Njoku's going to get 6 yards after the catch, right?
Yeah, I mean, he did have a higher ADOT, though, than Aaron Rodgers did when Aaron Rodgers played the Vikings. So look forward to that. Oh, this weekend is going to be, it'll be Aaron Rodgers with the lowest ADOT, average depth of target in the NFL, versus Dillon Gabriel, who also throws the ball 5 yards per attempt. So we're going to see a lot of short passes. If you wanted long passes this weekend, I guess you're just not set up for the right game.
Is it the no-dot games?
It's the no. Actually, ADOT, it self-combusts. It tries to chart this game and just self-combusts and cease to exist. Lindsay Rhodes of Sumer Sports was on with us today at 3. Here's her response when asked if the Steelers are a good team.
My short answer is going to be no. I view them as a team that is probably going to be exactly what they have been for the last few years, which Steelers fans hate, which is a team that hovers right around 500, ends up just above 500, isn't really a team that can make a push in the playoffs. I don't see any reason to believe that they are not that. I think the thing that data tells you about aging quarterbacks is that the average depth of target comes down. He has, Aaron Rodgers, the lowest average depth of target in the entire NFL right now. His average depth of target is 5. I just don't see a way that you're going to get through the rest of the season knowing that they have to somewhat keep it close to the line and not find defenses that can go, I know exactly what to do against this. And so I tend to think that, no, they're not particularly good.
I agree now. It's always weird when we do the thing of this is who they are now, so this is who they're going to be. I understand ADOT is a great way to kind of look at that. I would be really surprised if the offense doesn't evolve in Pittsburgh. There's a lot of offenses that are, including Cleveland, that aren't finished products today.
I mean, you're dumb if you sit there and say Aaron Rodgers can only throw the ball 5 yards every time he gets a chance to actually throw it. But maybe Arthur Smith is that dumb. I don't know. He didn't do many wonderful things with either Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. I'm with you. I have a hard time thinking that the offense you've seen with the Steelers will be the offense they have at the end of the season. Ultimately, though, their defense is vastly underperformed, and yeah, they have room to grow despite being a 3-1 team.
I think their defense, they could end up being that team that's like 6-1, and then all of a sudden starts playing really good football and just runs away with the division.
Well, here is the upside on their defense, though. I do believe they've forced the second most amount of turnovers in all of the NFL this year. Despite the bad numbers in many, many metrics, they are at least forcing turnovers.
That's been their salvation.
And yeah, and it's something that historically they're really good at as well, so it's not a surprise. But they, despite having what is a below-average defense right now, they still are at least turning the ball over.
And that is the lead. Are you counting the Browns out? They might be counting themselves out. Are you counting the Browns out after the 1-4 start and all the trades? More on that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson, and I've got a tip for you. If a kitchen remodel is on the radar, skip the stress, skip the sticker shock, and go see my friends at Northeast Factory Direct. You'll be able to get a full 10x10 kitchen for just $2,590.
Basketball Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
On Afternoon Drive, the quarterback Deadpool coming up in 1 hour's time. Cash Lovett coming up in 1 hour's time as well. Nick and JP back with you. And obviously today, we got into the conversation about the Greg Newsome trade. What does it all mean? Mary Kay Cabot was on with the Morning Boys today, and again, we've talked. Is it tanking? Is it rebuilding? Are they trying to win? We've gone through several of the different definitions. Here's how Mary Kay put it on with the Morning Boys today.
They're balancing short-term versus long-term right now, and those goals do change if it becomes apparent that you're out of the playoff hunt. But right now, the AFC North is so weird that you can't say that you're completely out of it yet. And I know it's a long shot for the Browns to get back in it. I know it doesn't seem even remotely possible, but you never really know. You have to let this thing play out. So I don't think they're jettisoning players just for the sake of it. I think when you look at the Greg Newsome trade, they feel like they got a player of comparable value in terms of on-the-field skill set, and they are saving money over the next 3 years on what they would have had to pay Greg Newsome in an extension.
So, I think that tracks for today. One more trade of a veteran, though, and no matter if you get a comparable player back or whatever the savings is or the pick is, like, I'm content today to being like, okay, you're doing a little bit of both. I buy that explanation today. I don't think there are too many more trades like that out there. I think the next trade's going to be the one that you go, oh, it's pretty apparent they don't think they can win anymore.
Yeah, and I don't look at it like two comparable players, but that's neither here nor there. It's more the idea that, yes, are they trying to do a balancing act? Sure, but it is going to the scales are going to get tipped. And they feel like they're starting to get tipped in the long-term view of this instead of that short-term that Mary Kay is discussing. And like, if I'm the Browns, I get why. I do. And at 1-4, with Dylan Gabriel already at the quarterback spot, and you're not showing much life to begin with anyway, it's all right to face your reality, but it's also all right to not make people happy about it either.
So it's weird. Like, I don't think these moves are the reason why. Like, I don't think it's tanking. I do think it's focusing more on the future than it is right now.
Like, would they make this move if they were 4-1 instead of 1-4?
No, of course they would.
Of course they would.
No, they would.
Exactly.
By the way, if they were 3-2, like, you can go down. Like, I don't know if they make it if they're 2-3, and it's the Bengals game is the one that would be the difference between being 3-2 and 2-3.
Flacco looks like he's dealing,
yes.
And you still have a semblance of showing a pulse. Yes, I agree with you.
But I think like when Mary Kay says the Browns are in between short and long-term goals, understood. But I still think they're focusing on long-term goals more than short-term. Mm-hmm. It's not 50-50. I think it's more. I think we're probably at 65-35, and I think one more loss, and you're probably going to be closer to 80-20.
And as we found out over the past few days this week, turns out if just anybody calls you up, then all of a sudden it seems like a player can be on the table. A player can be bought.
I think that's where, like, You're covering your tracks a little bit with these two moves. I don't know what they're going to consider like, oh, we're really out of it. You know what I mean? Like, is it 1-5? Because if 1-5, oh, well, you're going to be very much behind the 8 ball in the AFC. Mm-hmm. But then you have the most winnable stretch of the season coming up over the next 4 weeks.
It really does. So it sounds stupid because I think on Tuesday I could say it with sincerity of like, yes, you have, I've said it a million times now, but you have 6 teams with 1 win in the AFC. You're one of them, and you play those 5 other teams the rest of the way. They're all on the schedule. It's all right there for you. But if I say it today, it feels like it's going to be met with a shoulder shrug of like, okay, yeah, you're going to play easier teams, but by the time you play all these teams, you're going to have X amount of players not on this roster anymore, and what's really the point?
I also think you're making it harder to win now. Not that Flacco was contributing to winning. I think it's the message it sends to the locker room. Same thing with the Greg Newsome thing. Like, in the end, like a year from now, maybe we look up and go, wow, Tyson Campbell fits what you want to do better than Greg did, and you saved a lot of money short-term and long-term. We might say that in a year's
we'll have
time.
like fun nicknames for him. We'll be like, oh, the soup can is back out again today.
Soup can?
Yeah, that's what I came up with. Campbell, soup can.
No, I'll take it.
Yeah, we're
I'll
getting
take
there.
it.
Again,
Listen,
by a year from now, we're going to have all sorts of better names for it.
Yeah, it could be like, nope, I wasn't going to try it. I'm not even going to do it.
I wanted to hear you try it.
I think the soup can's a good place to start.
I wanted to hear you try it.
Because I didn't want to sound like I was trying to one-up you. But what I'll say is, so long-term, this could end up being the move to go, wow, it's really smart and it led to X, Y, and Z. You can't tell me it gives you a better chance to win this weekend.
No way.
And you can't tell me that if Dylan gets hit in this game and has to come out, you can't tell going to Bailey Zappi gives you a better chance to stay competitive in that game than Joe Flacco, no matter what Joe Flacco we just saw.
Will this entice the Steelers to actually use Aaron Rodgers' arm instead of what they've been doing so far this year?
Or does it make Mike Tomlin turtle more?
Could you imagine throwing for the 3.3 yards average depth of target like he did against Minnesota when you're going against a Browns cornerback room that is Denzel Ward and then a lot of guys?
Only throws before the line of scrimmage.
Basically what they're trying to accomplish.
Can you have you can have a negative ADOT, right?
No, I don't think we've ever seen a negative ADOT.
Just everyone is half a yard behind the line of scrimmage. Let's see. Daniel on Twitter saying, this is starting to look a little fire sale-ish, but with the state of the AFC North at the moment, I can't punt on the season as a fan. I still think the Browns have a shot after getting through the toughest part of their schedule, NFL toughest six-game stretch. I think that's what makes the trades befuddling.
Well, no, that's what makes this season befuddling, if I'm being honest about it. The AFC North comment right there, because the Ravens are off to a 1-4 start. Maybe they still get to 9 or 10 wins. Maybe. Steelers aren't guaranteed 9 or 10 wins. I think we both believe that they'll probably get to 8, 9, or 10, but nothing's guaranteed there. Like the AFC North that was perceived to be this juggernaut as recently as just a couple years ago, it's really come down.
Yeah, but it's interesting. I think if the Browns are erring on the side of, we didn't expect to be good, we've really just not been good, and so we're going to pull the plug on it quicker than anyone would expect. I understand that that's a smart decision. I just think good luck selling it to the locker room, because I think it puts Kevin behind such an. I mean, they were trying to win when they were losing with Deshaun, and the organization put Kevin behind the 8 ball, or Kevin put himself behind the 8 ball by continuing to throw Deshaun out there until he popped his Achilles. I think this is an even tougher situation to manage, because you're trading players, you're playing a rookie who's not throwing, past the first down sticks ever. Like, that's a lot. This is really hard to win from here, even as the schedule lightens up.
Yeah, and it does lighten up, but I don't know how often the players are going to do like the autopsy of the season or whatever. But if you look back and you see that the AFC North could be won with 8 wins and you are 1-4, which is not great. You have the schedule that we looked at coming up, and they did just continue to trade players. You'd probably be pretty peeved about it.
What if it's possible, but that the Browns aren't looking at the teams ahead of them and thinking, oh, if we'd only done X, Y, or Z, we could be in this AFC North? What if they're looking at the teams around them for the number 1 pick? Because I'm not like the people who look at the Jacksonville pick and they're like,
because the amount of 1-win teams we currently have.
Yes,
and these 6 1-win teams I brought up in the AFC. I think there's 2
and the Jets
in the
are
NFC side.
0-5, so
I think there's 2 in the NFC side of things. Yeah.
I could see them looking at this and go, listen, we're bad, but we might be good enough to win a couple games we don't need to. I do think that's on play for this organization.
You got to ensure that you get the better. So right now they are the number 2 pick overall, because the Jets are 0-5, but then you go to strength of schedule, and so as of right now they're number 2. But a 2-3 team right now in Cincinnati is number 9.
You also play
it's razor thin.
You also play a lot of teams that you're going to be competing against for the number 1 pick, including the Titans. And
October 9th, I'm already on Tankathon.
It is just awful to do this to fans. It's awful to do this to the locker room, which bought into your plan and made sure that fans believe that they bought into the plan. It's just awful to do it, but I understand if part of this is, hey, maybe we're not as bad as we thought, and that's actually a bad thing. Let's pull the plug and let's just decrease our odds of winning just a little bit. Not tanking yet, although that can be had very quickly. Mm-hmm. Not tanking yet, but let's just put a little more distance between ourselves and the next win.
Get some more of those competitive losses that you love so much.
I don't know. I mean, the Lions game wasn't competitive. The Ravens game wasn't competitive. This game better be competitive.
It should be. The Steelers that's all they play with these games.
Let me ask you, how okay, when you play the Dolphins, when you play the Jets, if they're competitive losses,
it's not great.
We're going to be able to do but the number 1 pick, right?
Not
it's
this
so
early.
It is. It's so early. That's the whole point of the trade, too.
We don't even have a clear-cut, I want this quarterback at number 1 overall. It is different. If Arch Manning was great right now, and it seemed like he was coming out, and there was a real reason the march to Arch was alive, and you had all these other quarterbacks that you're just even jockeying, they're fighting to try to be number 1, that's different. We don't even have that right now.
I can empathize if I'm not saying they are. If the Browns look at this and go, all right, we're maybe a little bit better than we think, and we can't fall out of the race for the number 1 pick. And that's part of some of the long-term thinking that they're doing here and saving money. At the same point, it absolutely feels way too early to pull the plug on winning.
Wouldn't it be
just
so
as a
Browns,
fan,
though?
6 weeks in, not even 6 weeks in. Oh, my God.
Wouldn't it be so Browns, though, to end up in a situation where you have the number 2 overall pick in the draft, and then let's say they have the number 2 or number 1 overall pick next year in like the 2 drafts that are the only 2 in NFL history to go back-to-back without producing an actual quarterback?
I mean, it would okay,
that's tough.
You know what people are going to say, right?
That's tough.
You know what people are going to say, right?
What are they going to say?
Karma. Karma for the Deshaun thing.
Karma?
Not just the Deshaun thing, karma for the Baker thing, karma for if you think Kevin Stefanski's a patsy and not behind this, like I could see Browns fans saying that for this organization, even as they curse the thing too.
That's tough. I don't love any of this conversation, if I'm being honest.
I don't love it either.
It's our reality, though, and so we have to live in it. We have to marinate in it. But I don't love it. It absolutely stinks.
Are you counting the Browns out of a comeback from the 1-4 start, or do you still think there's a chance?
Yeah, there's no comeback happening. I don't know why I would think a comeback would be happening. I'm curious to find out. I guess the comeback happens with weaker teams, and then Dylan Gabriel's got to take off. Nick, do you see it any other way? That's the only way you really have a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, Dylan or Shador taking off, and that defense continuing to play really good football, maybe even getting better. Because I can't really, I think the best the offense is going to be able to do is high functioning, meaning you're functional plus. Not you're good. Now you're really good, but Quinshawn is just good enough to carry you to 21, 22 points a game, and then the defense is just, that defensive line is dominant enough to keep the other team within 20 points, 21 points, 22 points for the rest of the season.
If I were to tell you before the season got underway, though, your cornerback room would be Denzel Ward, and it would have no Greg Newsome, no MJ Emerson. You'd be shaking in your boots, though.
Would you mention the name Dom Jones? Because that's...
I meant Miles Harden is who I would mention, okay?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of the time, Miles Harden is going to be on the other team's number 1.
I've heard people think of him as the Myles Garrett of the nickel spot.
That's right.
Because they have the same name.
Yeah, I've heard that nowhere, but yes, also everywhere.
Many people are saying it. 216-474-0092.
Damn super chat.
Are you counting the Browns out of a comeback from their 1-4 start? I'm not entirely counting them out. I would give it about a 10% chance.
You're asking counting them out as if are we counting them out of what is your 1 in 10% chance of what of not the postseason?
No. I'm talking about of getting to where I have to pay 3 different people burger bets. So 7, 8 wins.
With this AFC North, that's close.
7 wins from here would be an incredible accomplishment. Yeah.
Oh, for sure it would be. But also
that's 6-6 over the final 12 games.
As we discussed, 8 wins is close right now for the AFC North.
Oof. Sorry. As soon as you said it, I was just like, I don't know about it. No, I actually think the Steelers are going to win 11 games or more. I'm sticking to that. It's the other teams that think the Steelers are going to win games. I know, I hate to say it, but it's real. Are you counting the Browns out of a comeback from their 1-4 start and a bold defense of Kevin Stefanski in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
the top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All day long. All day. All the time. At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you. A little bit of NBA news to pass along here. Fresh off the decision 2.0, LeBron James putting out, Shams Charania putting out that LeBron James is sidelined for 3 to 4 weeks due to sciatica on his right side. He is out for the start of the 2025-2026 NBA season.
Just wants to sit back and drink some Hennessy, is all I hear.
I mean, listen. I want to say a decent treatment for sciatica could be some sort of signature cocktail.
Sciatica is one of the ones that falls in there where, like, a lot of times when you have like a back injury with a player, everyone like chimes in because everyone, back injuries, they're serious, they stink. Sciatica is one of the ones that a lot of people listening have also had. I've had myself, and so you're just like, oh man, I don't even know how you begin to play on such a thing.
Shouldn't we say that for all injuries though?
Well, like, I think a lot of people listening have never torn an ACL, for instance, right? Mm-hmm. So when like a player tears an ACL, we don't get too many calls of people being like, gee, I know that stinks. Like Darius Garland stubbing his toe. It's like everyone's like, oh yeah, we've all stubbed our toe. And then everyone's got like input on stubbing their toe and what that means, even though they have no relation to the seriousness of Darius Garland and what happened with
his stub. It was a toe injury. It wasn't just a stubbed toe.
Yes, but everyone is going to that. And that's the thing. With sciatica, with LeBron, it's like everyone goes to that because I don't know what. 25% of people listening right now have dealt with some form of sciatica at some point.
Well, but so a guy will sprain his ankle, and they'll be like, "You got that? They pay you to play through that." I'm like, one of us sprains our ankle. We got crutches. We're like we get like pampered at any other job, like an office job. Mm-hmm. Hey, don't ask Garrett to take care of that because he's got a sprained ankle. He can't. Let's just keep him at his desk.
It's like, can we help him get to spot A to spot B? HR pulls you aside. Can you really help out Garrett right now?
Can you carry his stuff to his car for him every day?
It'd be really nice.
But for a football player, a baseball player, we're like, why isn't this dummy playing like one day after? But why isn't this dummy play? No, I
was more empathetic. I was like, sciatica stinks.
No. I'm in total agreement.
The moment I get just a hint of sciatica, it's immediate ice pack on the back, and I have to do that for like 3-4 days to make sure it kind of goes away.
I mean, we have such a double standard for athletes as opposed to ourselves. For instance, Josh Naylor and the paternity leave, where people are like, it's a playoffs. You can't go on paternity leaves. It's like, yes, you can.
I was impressed he was back for yesterday's game.
Had a pretty good game until the Tigers came alive.
Did you see some of the controversy around him, though, in that game? Apparently, he was doing the sign stealing from second base, but was making it very, very obvious what he was doing. So, like, historically, and it's not against baseball rules. You can sign steal from second base. There's nothing in the rule book that says you can't. But he was, instead of doing like a quick, shifty move to try to be discreet about it, he was flailing his arms to try to tell the hitters what exactly was going on and was making it so obvious what he was doing, he just did not care.
Or he's just really good at communicating. Like if for people in the super chat watching us on YouTube right now,
it was effective, right?
You guys see a lot of nonverbal communication on the show. When somebody says, that's a great question to one of my questions, I let everyone know that I agree. I throw out my hands like a king.
You got faked out earlier today by Lindsay.
No, she said that's a tough question, which is
you were celebrating as she said that's and then she didn't go. She didn't go for great question, and I didn't know if you were going to maintain the victory.
That's still a victory because
take whatever way you want to.
That's a great question. That's a tough question. They're family members, right? It's the same idea, same DNA, right?
Take it whatever way you want to.
They're siblings.
Okay,
right?
Good.
They're not clones.
I'm happy for you.
But they're siblings. I'm fascinated with where the next year and a half goes with LeBron. I think there's a chance that this is the last year, and I think he continues his career in the LIV NBA tour that we talked about with Joe Varden earlier today.
So the LIV NBA tour, I think, is a very interesting concept, and I'm not even. Would you get mad at LeBron if he ended up playing for Live, whatever they want to call it, Live basketball a year from now?
Yeah.
I think, well, because of the Saudi component, I think a lot of people would instinctively do it. And I think that's why it might not be in his best interest. But if they're saying $500 million, LeBron, to come start up this Live basketball, you could be the Greg Norman of the, how Greg Norman was in charge of Live golf. He wasn't actually even playing. He was just in charge of everything. Mm-hmm. But you can be in charge of it, and while playing, this will be your baby. We're going to give you $500,000. You made $1 million so far in your NBA career with everything all in, endorsements otherwise. We're going to give you $500,000.
You mean billion?
No, he made $1 billion. Sorry, $500 million. I'm sorry. You're right. He made $500 million.
LeBron, we're going to give you $500,000.
Like, not that much.
To come whitewash
Sorry,
Saudi
guys.
history for us.
Honestly, when you found out some of the price that the comedians were getting to go do that comedy fest over there, I was like, that's not nearly enough to go ahead and now say that you're in bed with the Saudis. But so the point is, if it's, let's call it $500 million. And then the idea there is once LeBron makes it and accepts that, it legitimizes the entire operation. Yep. Other people will follow. It's a lot of money for LeBron.
It is. And by the way, they could just buy him an NBA team. Like, theoretically, if he meant, because
if you're in bed with the Saudis, though, then I doubt then the NBA gives you as if that gold watch
that's fair. Yeah,
end
that's
of career thing. I would imagine the NBA would be like, we're not doing that.
Well, but my thing is, like, Tiger, I think the reporter
they offered
$1 billion.
Yes, it was just shy of it. I thought it was $900 million.
I would imagine LeBron. No disrespect to Tiger, but Tiger for his sport, just to be involved. LeBron to play and maybe run the league. I would imagine you're talking billions. And it's still, by the way, I still wouldn't be okay with it.
I don't know. I'd love to know that valuation. I like that you bring Tiger into play there, because the early parts of this is what Joe was getting at was now if they're going to start this with the women's version is the idea. If it ever gets off the ground, it'll be started with the women's version shortly. Only way that thing makes any amount of money is if you get Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
Like, you need her.
Yep.
That's your Tiger. That's your LeBron. Like, that's your white whale. You need Caitlin Clark. If she starts the bid, I can't imagine what she'd even started at.
I mean, you'd have to say $500 million, right?
Somewhere around there. Yeah. And so, like, if she goes, then again, the whole thing could just start to snowball from there and actually turn into something, which is just wild to think about. But I wouldn't want this to turn into.
Wilson would be the other name, by the way.
I know, I'm not going to try to sound disrespectful. I know she's won like 3 or 4 straight league MVPs and is awesome in her own right. I'm not trying to take away from her in that.
Nobody moves the needle like Caitlin.
Nobody moves the needle like Caitlin. That's it.
But no, I mean, I think average folks like you and me who are not making billions of dollars a year, millions of dollars a year, we assume that there's got to be a price. And I would just say for LeBron, the price will not be whatever you are offered. The price will be your legacy. And LeBron has made such a concerted effort to be political, to act virtuous on many fronts. If you then turn around and do that, then everything else you did was completely bunk. And I think it would be fair to say that all that other stuff was an act. You cannot do all the stuff he's done trying to represent as many causes as you can.
Your moral high ground gets taken away.
And then go and take Saudi money to put Live NBA. You can't.
I think that's why a lot of people are upset with the comedy situation. You know, they watched a lot of comedians that they like that talk about those political stances, that talk about taking the moral high ground, and then they went and did that comedy fest. And I think LeBron would fall in that same bucket for a lot of people in that way.
216-474-0092. What's more likely, LeBron plays 3 more years in the NBA, or LeBron plays this year and then maybe starts that Live NBA tour? And we'll finally get to the best defense of Kevin Stefanski yet in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
And some other NBA news, LeBron James will miss the start of the NBA season due to sciatica in his right side. The Lakers star is expected to be out for 3 to 4 weeks. The Kevin Stefanski Show is back tonight at 7. You can catch tonight's Coach's Show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive. We've got In Case You Missed It coming up at the end of the show. We've also got quarterback Deadpool. Commissioner Jake Murren's going to come in, give us the updated numbers on the quarterbacks. If you guys have not heard the quarterback Deadpool yet, before the college football season, we each drafted a roster of quarterbacks to be in play to be the number one pick in the 2026 NFL draft. And the ongoing bid, we're looking for the number one pick. We're seeing who has the most top draft picks and the most quarterbacks drafted, and who might end up with a quarterback that ends up in Cleveland. Well, we've got an update. We got a couple updates. Mac is feeling pretty big in his britches these days. That was for purpose, not because I have a stuttering problem, although I also have one of those. And Cash Levitt coming up at 6:30 as well. But I think we got the biggest defense of Kevin Stefanski to date. Yesterday we played, or 2 days ago, I don't know, time's a flat circle, we played Bruce Arians of the Pat McAfee Show, basically saying, I don't know how Kevin Stefanski still has a job. Well, the Morning Boys asked Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, about those comments. Baldy went hard in the paint for Kevin Stefanski.
So I'm a big Bruce Arians fan. I'd like to see what Bruce Arians would do with this roster right now. And all the rookies that are out, would he be winning a lot more games, or all the turmoil that Stefanski has gone through? I mean, is that a fair criticism? If any coach, Belichick, Bruce Arians, Don Shula, give me a coach that would handle the situation that Stefanski has handled with as much turnover and upheaval as this franchise has had. Am I defending Kevin? Yeah, to a degree, but I would defend any coach. I don't care what their last name is. If they had to, endure everything that's going on with this franchise right now.
He's the head coach. He's doing it to himself. I'm not saying he's the guy that has all the power in the world, but I will tell you, the people who today or this week have gone out of their way to go back to the excuse on Kevin Stefanski that Kevin has no power. It is embarrassing. It is mental gymnastics.
Yeah.
And
even in just the Deshaun discussion in general.
Yes.
Like, we had Lindsay on, and I didn't correct her because I'm just tired of correcting people, but they were like, I think she said, it's like, we clearly know that it wasn't their decision. It's like, no, it's been reported a million times, guys. The Athletic, Cleveland.com, it's been reported a million times. The two of them brought the plan to Haslam. Haslam, yes, signed off on it, but they had the plan brought to them. It was a Stefanski-Berry idea.
Also, Kevin tried to fit Deshaun Watson into his offense for 2 years. Guys, that doesn't happen in the NFL. All right? It just doesn't happen in the NFL. Coaches scheme up to their talent and what they're good at all the time in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I respect Kevin the human being, but this defense of him, even if he had no say in the quarterback room, which is impossible to believe. It's the NFL. It's a head coach. Just because he has less power than Kyle Shanahan doesn't mean the guy has no power. But like, specific to what Baldy said, Bruce Arians coached for 9 seasons in the NFL. 6 of them, he won 6 of them he won 9 or more games. He won 6 playoff games. He has a 624 regular season record. I do think Bruce Arians could do a better job with this team than Kevin Stefanski could, as currently constructed.
So he was knocking on the doorstep of what I think will be ultimately what a lot of national pundits do end up saying about Stefanski in this whole ordeal, is that he didn't have the weapons, he didn't have the guys. And here's where I would enter, once again, the guy that Stefanski's trying to emulate in Kyle Shanahan. Shanahan this season has no Purdy, no Ayuk, no Kittle, no Jennings, no Bosa, no Pearsall. Some of those guys are coming back interchangeably, but that's 6 of their best players by a long shot. They won 3 road games. They're 4-1. Like, you can still win games even if you lack the talent that people perceive for you to have. Like, I mean, he's got Mac Jones throwing 40 times a game. No quarterback in the NFL is throwing more than 40 times a game. He's got Mac Jones doing it and having success while doing it. It's not impossible, guys.
And here's the other thing. I know Kyle Shanahan has had, it feels like he's in the NFC title game or he's a 6-win team. There doesn't seem to be a lot of in-between for Shanahan. He's also been to the Super Bowl.
Twice.
He's also
with 2 different quarterbers.
Been to at least one NFC title game.
He's taken both Garoppolo and Purdy to multiple NFC title games. Both of them went to 2 different NFC title games.
Like, we just need to continue to go back to the beginning on this. Kevin and Andrew walked into a roster with young Nick Chubb, young Baker, young Myles Garrett, young Ogunjobi, young OBJ, younger OBJ. He's not old. Older Jarvis Landry, young David Njoku, young Denzel Ward. Like, they walked in with a not fully furnished, but mostly furnished roster. And they've got 1 playoff win and 2 playoff appearances and going on 6 years to...
well, it's like so many people think that Stefanski's career just started at Deshaun Watson for some reason.
Yes. Well, not just that. I mean, it's...
But even if it had, though, if it had just started at Deshaun Watson, it still isn't good enough. Like, if anything, that's the exclamation point of it not being good enough.
Well, and I think that's the point. With Stefanski, it's either he has to be all to blame for something or nothing to blame for something. It's like, listen, Deshaun Watson very clearly was a broken man when he came here. Both on the field and off the field, not playing for 2 years. He clearly was not in the right headspace. He never embraced Cleveland and vice versa back at him. And he was not ready to be the face of this franchise. But Kevin Stefanski also played him out of scheme and out of system for 2 years before a Hail Mary, where he hired Ken Dorsey as the offensive coordinator, who had already been fired because he couldn't get the job done with checks notes. Josh Allen.
Yeah. At that point, all we'd ever seen was him just exploding in the press box and making a fool out of himself. It's like, oh, that's the guy. Doesn't work with Josh Allen and explodes in press box. Hire that guy.
And here's another problem. All right, you don't just have to grade Stefanski off this season. He's been here for 6 years, because you made the great point. Some people act like his career began here with Deshaun Watson. Mm-hmm. Some people are acting like you cannot address the previous 5 years as well.
Yeah.
And it's like, listen, if we want to have the conversation of, if we put in totality the 5+ years of Stefanski versus 5+ years of Barry, I think it's insane that this draft class could save Andrew Barry, because he has been worse at his job than Kevin Stefanski
but at least he's pointing upwards, though. Like, if I'm making the argument for Andrew Barry, I'm saying maybe the light bulb went on and maybe he figured something out, because this last draft class was so good, or appears to be so good, that I'm like, all right, because that's all I really want in life. If I was assessing this, I want to see, are you getting better? Are you showing signs that you're understanding what your job is and you're doing better at it? And with Stefanski, guys, it's only gotten worse with each passing year. It's only gotten worse.
And the point is not for me to sit here and shout, fire Stefanski. I know our buddy Randy Tolan on Facebook thinks that's all. Like, Randy, you can think critically and you can just criticize Kevin Stefanski when he deserves it, and you can give him praise when he deserves it as well, which is all I've ever tried to do.
But there's old Randy saying out there.
Probably some crazy bleep on Facebook, which is in fairness to Randy, that's the only thing that is ever espoused on Facebook is crazy bleep. But like the point is, there's so many people not having genuine conversations, meaning like, okay, what is Kevin actually responsible for? He either has he either cannot be held accountable for anything, right? He's either a patsy or he's the biggest idiot ever.
Well,
he's neither.
That's the hard part, though, is that the Browns have so many cooks in the kitchen, though. It is hard to just dissect.
Including Glenn Cook.
That's right. Good call by you. If you sat on that one, that's very good. But
nope,
I think that was all spur in the moment.
It's right there. You said Cooks, and I was like, we got one of those.
Well, so even like you talk about Alex Van Pelt is spurring this, right? Is in between him to Ken Dorsey. Like, we know that Stefanski didn't want to get rid of Alex Van Pelt. That was not Stefanski's call. Stefanski wanted Van Pelt here, and the hiring of Dorsey was also not what Stefanski wanted as well. But most people would think to themselves, well, you're the head coach. You get to make these decisions. You get to figure it out. And it's like, so many parts of his tenure here with the Browns has been, is that Andrew Berry making the call? Is that Stefanski making the call? Is that Dee Podesta making the call? We don't really know in any given moment, while they sell it under this umbrella of it all being collaborative, and it just leaves you feeling very uncertain about what you can and can't blame. And so I have to go to what you've actually shown us on the football field and the wins and losses and what that matters there. And sorry, Stefanski, you are just very underwhelming right now.
With respect to Brian Baldinger, Stefanski has not endured anything. He's the head coach of an NFL franchise. You can't endure something that you're putting upon yourself. And even if he's not, even if it's 45% Kevin, 50% Andrew, and 5% Haslam and Dee Podesta, he's got 45% of the power. And it's just 6 years in. If you try and have a conversation about the larger body of work, we got to focus on this year and give the guy a pass. If you try and focus on this year, well, no, but what about the other things he's done? There's just so many people lining up to give Kevin a pass. And I think it might just be because he's got 2 Coach of the Year awards, and it makes the conversation impossible. Like, I don't know, Kevin. I know. Let me put it this way. Andrew Berry still deserves to be fired more than Kevin Stefanski does. If we remove recency bias, Andrew deserves to be fired more. But Kevin is not clean in any way. They both deserve to be fired. But I can understand if Haslam says, I don't want to be looking for a GM and a head coach at the same time. I'm going to give Andrew a chance to get it right with the next head coach. Because that at least works in the NFL. You'll see the GMs get 2 or 3 head coaches before being shown the door. Right? That can at least track. But this idea that Kevin just... Well, what else would somebody do with this? I guarantee you if we put Bruce Arians in the Browns since 2020 instead of Kevin Stefanski, Baker's still here. Baker's playing at the level he is at Tampa Bay, and you just do not have this herky-jerky up-and-down thing that you've had the last 5.5 years. And
yeah, well, Bruce is definitely a Baker guy too, though.
Yeah, absolutely, which makes me love him even more. But that's the other thing. When somebody says something critical of Kevin, why is the media then going and attacking that guy? I've never heard Baldy go after somebody else in the media or another.
You mean everyone going after Bruce Arians?
Yes.
Wait, I'll tell you why. It's because Bruce Arians legitimizes that conversation in a way that most voices that you would hear just doesn't. You even heard Albert. When Albert was on with us on Tuesday, you can use Odyssey Rewind and go back and check it out. What did Albert say when we told him that Bruce Arians went off the way that he did? He was like, oh. Well, BA knows everybody. Yeah. BA is very well connected. BA, if BA's saying that, then yeah, there's probably some truth to the coaches across the NFL that are losing faith in Kevin Stefanski. It legitimizes it in a way that if you just heard a random national pundit A, B, or C say it, doesn't exist. And so that's why I think it hit the way that it did. It is somebody that has serious credentials, that knows more than 99.9% of people when it comes to coaching, and he's the one that's saying it.
I know we don't have a lot of runway to do this, but you came up with a strong question for people to answer. What do you think is the best defense of Kevin Stefanski?
No, I wanted your thoughts on this because I've been saying for the past couple of days, I think the best defense you get to make is that the man was delivered a 2-7 offsuit as far as players for this year. If that's his hand, it's hard to win the World Series of Poker that way. That's hard to pull off. And so he was almost dead on arrival this year. If you were trying to make that the case, you could argue that he never had a chance entering this season.
I don't have a defense of him or Andrew Berry that isn't, well, you didn't have a playoff win before they came here.
And that's kind of, I think, the point of the exercise. I'm very curious to find out what other people think on this because he has given us such little runway to actually try to defend him if we wanted to.
But yet, people in the national media still do. 216-474-0092. Baldy went hard in the paint. For Kevin Stefanski, the question here is, what is the best defense of Kevin Stefanski's 5+ years here? That and the quarterback Deadpool with Commissioner Jake Murrin in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
Listen, we got to come through bottom line in that down and distance or in that situation, those sets of sticks, and we did not.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7.
Your home for Browns football, 92.3 The Fan.
We are going to get the quarterback Deadpool in short order here. But our guy Matt has waited far too long to give us a compliment. And JP has said, I need to hear that compliment.
I'd like to hear the compliment. He's been waiting a long time.
Could be a misdirection. Matt, for one, thank you for waiting, buddy. Been a kind of crazy day. Two, JP's ready to hear your compliment.
I am ready.
Yes, sir. First of all, God bless you, sir. I just want to give you a compliment. I don't care about the hour and 40 minutes I put on hold, but I had to tell you this compliment. You made a statement that made human beings pause. You don't realize what you did. It was awesome. It was beautiful. It was heart-wrenching. It was motivating, and it was tear-dropping. You said, Shador, don't let them break you. That was beautiful, man.
I did say that. Matt, I did say that. Thank you.
All right. You take care. God bless.
Take care. God bless you, too.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
That wasn't. He waited an hour 40
Good to see your Shador derangement syndrome's paying off.
Derangement syndrome? Oh, you knew it was going to be a compliment about Shador, didn't you?
No idea. You do have a little bit of Shador derangement syndrome, right? Just a little bit?
You call it how you want to.
I think I'm going to call it how I think myself.
I think in telling Shador Sanders to go ahead and not fall for the banana in the tailpipe that this team continues to go ahead and try to put out there to the masses that he's not ready to play in NFL games. I just don't know why any player would just cave to that and be like, of course they're right, I'm not ready to play in NFL games. Like, no, speak on it. You know you're ready to play in these NFL games. Don't let them beat you down that way. You tell everyone. You get your chance with the media. You tell everyone that you're ready to play in these NFL games.
Super Chat's going to see you pointing aggressively.
Listen, Super Chat, you know I'm right, Super Chat. Okay, it doesn't make any sense.
By the way, our guy Pranav, another Super Chat today.
Was it another $4.99?
No, it's $1.99. Pranav's not made of money here.
I thought he was. I thought at $4.99 yesterday. I thought he was. Is tomorrow going to be 99 cents? How low can you go in a Super Chat?
Oh, wow.
There's got to be a limit.
He's the only guy in Super Chat holding up the Super Chat. I'll say that right now.
If it's only if like a penny gets you into a Super Chat, then that's not a good use of a Super Chat then, because they would just...
I disagree.
Well, we put your comment to the top for a penny, which is a great way for a bargain, but like from an economical standpoint, not really the best business model that YouTube would put out there. Like, you have to have there has to be a bar there that you have to be able to clear. I don't know what that bar is, though.
I'm gonna say,
but thank you, Matt, for the compliment. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but yeah, thank you.
It was a good. It was.
I thought I was gonna get more of a compliment than that, but it's okay. Let's get to the quarterback Deadpool real quick here.
Your derangement syndrome doesn't go hard enough, I guess. He's only here for the Shador compliments. He's not here. You notice this, Jake? He's not here for the any of the Shador derangement syndrome convos. He's here for the Shador compliment.
I would say any sort of conversation with you is going to be a Shador derangement conversation.
Whatever. The point being, you notice that's
called a tepid acknowledgement, by the way.
He's like, when YouTube compliments me for defending Shador, I like that. I'll take that all day. But then when there's like any hint of you also being a little bit of a fan of Shador, you're like, I'm Switzerland. I'm a
Browns fan. I'm a Browns fan, so I want Shador to do well. The same way I want Timu Tua to do good because I'm a Browns fan.
Yeah.
I think the idea that I would be a Browns fan, but I'm a Shador fan first would be strange.
But that's the part that I think is so wild. Is like I'm rooting for the Browns quarterback here. Why is that so, I don't know,
because you're putting that above everything. It's not offensive. Well, it is offensive to some people. That I don't get.
I'm not saying to you. I'm saying, but to some people. Yeah, why is that? Why would that be so offensive?
Because they don't like Shador. And maybe
why is that my problem?
Maybe your defense of him is over the top?
Nah.
I've never heard you criticize Shador.
You know me. I know you've known me long enough to know. I got one speed in this, okay? If I love you the way I love Shador, I love you. That's how this works.
I think that's
Shador,
the point. Maybe Shador hasn't earned that level of love yet in the NFL.
Wow, detractor of Shedeur over here. YouTube, you heard it here first. What a hater of Shedeur over here. I watched the college tape, friend.
I know Johnny down the middle. All right, I know
who's Johnny down the middle.
Who is
in
fair.
what world have you ever known me to be Johnny down the middle?
No. I mean a man who's fair and balanced in the way he attacks things. With Shedeur, I mean, the whole damn thing's out the Shedeur. Okay. I think I'm getting to you.
You're just describing a person that's not me. Is all you're doing.
No, I think most
I'm
topics,
down the middle and fair and balanced.
Most topics,
In
I'm
what
like,
world?
whatever Jonathan will have to say on this, it's going to be a straight down the line. However he sees it.
No one's ever described that as me. Never straight down the line.
But with Shedeur, I know it's just going to be a pro Shedeur take.
No, stop yourself.
I've never heard you criticize Shedeur once.
When he does something that deserves criticism, I'll be there at the front doorstep.
I don't think you will.
He hasn't done it.
I don't think you will.
No, I'll tell you this right now. If he stinks up the joint, I'll be the first one to be like, that wasn't good enough, Shedeur.
Bold.
Well, what do you want from me? You're yelling at me for defending him or not ever trashing him.
Am I yelling? I don't believe I'm yelling. Jake, Commissioner, am I yelling?
If you're telling me that I'll never trash him and then I'm telling you the time I will trash him, yes, that is in many senses bold. That is not exactly.
So the only time that you'll say anything bad about him is when he just plays bad on the field?
Hold on, I have trashed him before.
When?
I trashed him with his party before the draft. I said that was the dumbest thing you could possibly do, was have that whole legendary room and everything else attached to that. I was in the forefront of that.
Super Chat does not remember it that way.
Shedeur, you're dead to me. Nick Wilson, you're dead to me. How about that?
Oh, over Shedeur. We've been friends since 2016, and now you've chosen Shedeur derangement syndrome over me.
You chose violence in this scenario. And I don't know why.
Did I?
I don't know why.
What did I do?
I don't know why.
What did I do? Now you're attacking me? This is Shedeur derangement syndrome.
I'm attacking you.
You're losing friendships over this.
I thought you were enjoying the idea that, like, although you aren't part of the Shedeur camp, like you get connected to the Shedeur camp because of my defense of Shedeur and the idea that I know he's going to be a good NFL quarterback.
I do.
And I maintain that he's going to be a good NFL quarterback. And so, like, I mean, you latched on to the praises that YouTube offers up. Yesterday in the chat, I don't know if you saw the YouTube video we put out there, Jake. I'm sure you saw it as well. Somebody in the comments below said, "Thank God Nick has been sticking up for Shedeur the entire time." Got like 30 likes.
Yeah, well, no.
Like the people want to embrace your love of Shedeur as well.
Because
I know you have it in you.
For him
I know you have it in you.
Sticking up
but then you have these segments like this,
when it's not worth
where you
sticking up for.
You say I have Shedeur derangement syndrome. You have segments like this where you say I have Shedeur derangement syndrome, and you just lose all credibility in the Shedeur camp and conversation.
Listen, I
lose your credibility.
This is why I can't be part of the Shahive.
You're not,
because I'm worried about
especially
actual credibility. I'm worried about everyone understanding that when Shedeur does something or when the reaction to Shedeur I do think is insane, I'm going to stick up for it. When the reaction to Shedeur is appropriate, then I'm probably going to say that I agree with the reaction to Shedeur.
Okay, but you do agree with the idea that if the rhetoric that the Browns put out there consistently has been the idea that Shedeur Sanders is not prepared, is not ready, cannot play in an NFL game today, Shedeur shouldn't just go sit up there in an interview with Mary Kay and all the reporters and be like, "Yep, they got me pegged right." Nobody would do that.
Well, yeah,
why would you do that to yourself?
But who's saying that what he's saying is wrong? I haven't seen that.
Nobody's saying that. You're making the suggestion, though, by me sticking up for Shedeur in this moment, that there needs to be some sort of, I don't know, anti-Shedeur rhetoric coming out of my mouth today.
Well, no,
and it makes no sense. Like, this is not the time for the anti-Shedeur rhetoric.
I think it's more the way you framed it. Like, don't give up. Don't let them break you. It's like, I don't think they're going to break him. I think he's going to be fine.
No, I just think you should stick up for yourself in this scenario of your Shedeur. Like,
I loved about today, I think it's just saying the common sense thing, which is I can play. I know I can play. I don't think that's sticking up for yourself.
Yes, it is sticking up for yourself.
I don't think it's him rebutting the narrative. I think it's him being asked, do you think you can play?
100% him rebutting the narrative.
Yes, I think I can play.
It's multiple times that he has now rebutted, yes, the exact narrative that he can't play. He's telling everyone, don't buy into what they're trying to sell you here. I can play and I can start in this league. You have to. I would have thought you'd love
a direct
this.
Question.
I would have thought you'd love this.
If he's asked, do you think you can play? There's the one answer, which is yes, I believe I can play. That's not striking down a narrative.
He was asked about being a backup quarterback and preparing Dylan Gabriel, and then he turned it into the idea that he can play in the NFL and he deserves to play in the NFL. Like, that's just confidence in yourself. Like, it's wild to me that you're on the wrong side of that.
Mark, see, again,
wild to me.
Just very one-sided. Mark saying, Nick turning into Jeff Phelps over there, throwing a little shade. I will say this about myself. I throw a lot of shade. Just so you know,
I'm gonna get you an awning for all that shade.
There's nothing subtle about the shade that I throw.
All those flavors,
All right?
and you choose salty. It's an interesting look for you.
I'm like the Randy Johnson of throwing shade. Hard and fast, baby. Pranav also saying JPSC is not created by Dolan, so $199 is minimum. And that was funny. I did not see that. It's a funny Dolan joke. I will allow that.
So we got the minimum from our guy?
Yeah.
Pranav.
Pranav.
What is it?
Pranav. Pranav.
That's how you're saying it. Not how you're saying how you look when you're saying it. That's cracking me up.
It's my face. There's nothing I can do about this face. I don't think we're going to be able to do quarterback Deadpool here.
No,
Commissioner,
640.
Commissioner, 640. We're going to get to quarterback Deadpool because we got to get to our guy, Cash Lovett.
It's time to put it on the line with Cash Lovett, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
And Cash joins us now on the fan hotline. Cash, that was the show Quarrel that you had to be a part of. Sorry to bring you in on that note, buddy.
No, it's a fantastic note to be brought on because, we're going to be talking about the Browns in a little bit.
That is fair. We do have Thursday Night Football tonight. Eagles 4-1 coming off a loss. They've got the Giants, who are okay under Jackson Dart. How do you see this game?
Yeah, a lot of these Thursday night games, short travel, the Eagles' offense has looked in shambles. I think they're going to run the ball, get this game over with. I like the Giants plus 7.5. Keep it close, and hopefully we don't see a Scatabo fumble right there in the red zone again.
Yeah, hopefully not. All right, Cash, let's take it to the college game before we touch on the Browns to close things out. Bama at Mizzou. We're trying to find out if Mizzou is serious in the SEC. They're undefeated, we know that, but can they hang with Bama?
Well, it's going to be a real big step up in competition that Mizzou has been playing. The running back Hardy that transferred in from, I believe, Louisiana Monroe has been absolutely phenomenal. I don't think he's had underneath 100 yards a game. Alabama has certainly been giving up a lot of rushing yards, most of it to read option kind of styles, nothing like what Mizzou's going to be doing. Unfortunately for them, I think they are going to be sitting in misery as Alabama rolls -3.
Cash, I know there are still people who say, okay, Indiana's a good team, maybe a top 20 team, maybe a playoff team, but they're not elite. Well, they've got a heck of an opportunity on the road. Fernando Mendoza and company heading up to Oregon, 2 undefeated teams. Fernando Mendoza versus Dante Moore. I'm inclined to go ahead and take Indiana, my friend. How are you feeling?
Are you? Even though Big Game James has said that all of that travel is really difficult to deal with, and, you're going to be playing a big, bad Oregon team with those giant 300-pounders, 5-star recruits, Nikes, the Ducks are going to be flying. I think Kurt Cignetti is not going to be asking for anyone to Google him after this game. I think Oregon's going to set a statement, and they're going to cover that 77.5 with ease.
Michigan at USC. What do you got here, Cash?
USC, they betrayed me. This one's a little bit of the heart. I saw that defensive line get pushed around by the Illinois offensive line. I think Michigan's going to be able to push that same defensive line around. Justin Haynes is going to have a big game. The only thing to watch out for is USC has one of the best receivers in the country, Malachi Lemon, who I believe has had 100 yards in every single game. He's going to have a big game. It won't be enough. Michigan plus 2.5.
All right, that leads us to a game that looked closer than I think the maybe average fan might think here. I believe it's 5.5 points the last time I checked the line. The Browns heading to Pittsburgh. It's been a minute since the Browns have won in Pittsburgh. How do you see this one, buddy?
Well, and it's been a minute since the Browns have had a home game. 3 straight road games. They went up to Detroit. They flew overseas. We saw Dylan Gabriel throw a couple passes over the sea, as a lot of those were just going out of the back of the end zone. Unfortunately, I do not see how the Browns are going to put up a lot of points. I think Pittsburgh and DK Metcalf are going to have a big game and unfortunately cover the spread. Pittsburgh Steelers minus 5.5. All
right, I got to ask you. The Browns say that Shedeur Sanders is not ready to play. That has been a message. He's a work in progress. Shedeur fans say that is not true. Shedeur himself says that's not true. Where do you stand on Shedeur and his readiness to play?
Well, I don't think you can ever ask an NFL player if they're ready to play. I mean, you're taught your entire life, next man up. And honestly, I think he is. We saw him. He looked great in preseason. But Dylan Gabriel's so small. He doesn't look fast. and a lot of those throws just sailed way too high. So he might not be ready to play, but Dylan didn't look much better to me.
He is quite tiny. Cash, great stuff, buddy. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank y'all so much. Have a good one.
You too, buddy.
Put it on the line with Cash Lovett, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
Cash Lovett on the fan hotline, as he is every single Thursday at 6:30 when we come back. I promise this time, quarterback Deadpool on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson. The weather's starting to shift. The mornings are crisp, a little cool, right? Those chilly fall breezes turn into full-blown winter winds quicker than we all realize. And listen, guys, before the cold sets in, Universal Windows
daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
There's only one place for a full recap of practice in Berea. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Is Commissioner going to come in?
He might have already forgotten what we were planning on doing.
Okay, I'm not trying to throw him under the bus. I was just saying.
There he is.
Commish, I promise. I'm not throwing you in the bus, dog. What to say?
Kind of felt like it a little bit, though, did it not?
Did it not?
Did it not, Jake?
I missed it. I was running around.
Oh, he just bus-tossed you, and then we were debating whether he actually bus-tossed you or not.
That is literally not how it happened.
Well, it was definitely a bus-toss.
Mac agrees.
I asked
You bus-tossed
whether the
him.
commissioner was coming in. I asked very respectfully. I said,
very respectfully,
and then followed it up with all these questions about whether or not he actually knew what he was supposed to do with this segment. I mean, talk about a bus.
Okay, that literally didn't happen.
Talk about a bus.
I want to say big thanks to our guest today at 2:40.
Nick goes RTA.
That's funny. Joe Varden of The Athletic. At 3, we had Lindsay Rhodes of Sumer Sports. At 4:20, Pete Fiutak. And then in the previous segment, we had our guy Cash Lovett. Big thanks to all of our guests. But earlier in the show, normally we do the quarterback Deadpool. And again, we've drafted our rosters preseason. We've made a couple roster moves. A couple weeks ago was JP picking up Dante Moore. I think it was Mac dropping Jalen Daniels for Ty Simpson of Alabama. And now we welcome in the commissioner of the quarterback Deadpool, Jake Murren. What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, let's look at week 7 of the afternoon drive quarterback Deadpool here. We're actually going to start in reverse order. Let's start with Mac's team. You mentioned Ty Simpson, who he added last week. It looks to be a good addition with Alabama winning 4 straight. Aiden Childs, though, coming off a terrible performance against Nebraska. But Lenore Sellers, he's set to face LSU and Garrett Nussmeier on your team, Nick. And he has Fernando Mendoza set to face Oregon and Dante Moore, who is on your team, JP. So I feel like Mac is very confident right now, but those head-to-head matchups, I feel like that's where the real bragging rights get to be had here with this QB Deadpool.
I think so. Mac is too confident. Mac's quarterback room has been so bad. He had one good week, and now he thinks he's like Ron Wolf looking at quarterbacks in the 90s.
I like the glow up for Mac, coming from not knowing another quarterback to even name to add to his team, to now clearly having the best team out of all of us right now is quite the glow up. And I think you really were slow playing all of us with your college football knowledge there, because clearly
by playing slow,
you're showcasing a big brain mentality. Look at the big brain on Mac that I didn't even know you had when it came to college football. I bowed down to your college football intelligence right now.
Are you just trying to get him to make a dumb trade? You're really buttering his bread over there.
I feel like we're just building him up to tear him down later.
Look at it.
Ooh,
this is
what's happening.
This is it. I mean, he is having the team of teams right now, and I commend you. Not like these things change on any given basis, but like right as of right now. I mean, the Ty Simpson glow up that you had right there. What a roster move that
Fernando
was.
Mendoza
from the clouds. It felt like. I mean,
high Mendoza line. People are saying.
When we want to talk about a college football, dare I say, savant, I now talk about Mac Robinson that way. It's a great job by you.
You know what, JP? I appreciate that, especially with the gloating from the other hosts on this show.
What gloating? What gloating? It's just
you want to go back to the tape from the first 4 weeks of the
your team sucked then. I had a month of dominance. You had one good week. Welcome
None
to the big league, son.
None of my quarterbacks are going to go undrafted.
Which one of my quarterbacks going undrafted?
We can ask Mike Renner.
I will fight you. I will fight you.
What did Mike Renner say?
Oh, let's hear what he had to say.
He's looking at like almost UDFA at this point, truthfully, just because he cannot hit open targets. So unfortunately, that was the story for him as a sophomore, as a junior.
You got to be able to stop the tape. Nobody knows that you're talking about Drew Aller.
No, Drew Aller.
All right, Drew Aller.
Of course. That courtesy of CBS Sports, by the way.
Now let's hear what Mike Renner has to say.
No, let's not. because
undrafted free agent.
by the
Is that
way,
what he said?
I'm
Undrafted
sorry,
free agent.
I'm sorry. I stand with people from Northeast Ohio, and you big city Michiganders are out here trying. Oh, Mr. Aiden Childs, look how great he is. One good game. No, that was a bad game. So I'm thinking of the wrong guy. Fernando Mendoza. I'm sorry, I stand for people that are from this beautiful state, from this beautiful area, like Drew Aller from Medina. Thank you very much.
Dante Moore's from East Cleveland, and you didn't even pick the right Clevelander then.
That's how I saw it, too. That's how I saw it. Let's hear some pro Dante Moore propaganda, who is the shining star of my team at the moment.
Yeah, so that pretty much wraps up Nick's team. Penn State in shambles. Drew Aller in shambles. Jonathan, your team. Dante Moore is the star of your team. And on Get Up this morning, Louis Riddick was asked about who should be the number one overall pick in the draft. Let's hear it.
Of the guys that I have seen, whether it be in person or on tape, it'd be Dante Moore from Oregon. The way he played against Penn State, as far as how big he is, how mobile he is, how confident he plays, the different arm angles he can throw from, on platform, off platform, he's got the entire package. Now, I have not seen Fernando Mendoza at Indiana, although I watched his tape from Cal last year, and I haven't seen Carson Beck in person, and I really haven't studied his tape either. But right now, Oregon, you've got yourself one right there.
That was a weird way to position that, wasn't it? Like, I haven't seen all these other guys.
Here's the thing, though.
I like Riddick. I like the support, but that was a weird way to put that.
Louis Riddick isn't an NFL GM for a reason. You know, I mean, I think we've been saying it for a while.
Really nailed that one there.
Not a qualified, kind of like your initial draft class.
Hey, Mac's going to win this thing this week, going away in our Twitter poll. I don't even know if we need to.
Except when Garrett Nussmeier opens up a can of whoop-ass.
Do we even need to put
South
up
Carolina.
a Twitter poll because he's just going to win that? By the way, Klubnik, I know is fallen a little bit for a lot of people. He played pitch and catch this weekend against Bill Belichick. I thought it was nice.
Yeah, against the juggernaut North Carolina team.
It was pitch and catch. They made it about as easy as they possibly could, but somebody was still hitting those shots, and so that was at least a little encouraging.
Hey, you didn't miss a wide-open layup by about 50 feet.
The real question comes into when I decide to drop Arch Manning, because we are knocking on the doorstep of that, but it is not this week.
Well, last order of business is actually the waiver wire, which, Nick, you do have the first waiver wire because nobody's made a move except for Mac last week. I don't know. If you want to make a move, Carson Beck is looking really good. Nussmeier and Mateer are still hurt, though.
Mateer's supposed to play this week, by the way. Did you see the interview with the Chipotle guy? So this guy at Chipotle had served John Mateer, and he was asking him so how's the thumb look? And then just John's oh, I'm playing this week, and that's it broke all sorts of different news that John Mateer is playing this week because of a guy that served him a burrito bowl at Chipotle.
Listen, I have to trust my analysis. I have to trust the things I'm doing. If CJ Carr was eligible, I'd be thinking about this. He's not draft eligible in 2026. I'm standing pat.
Is that what you were Googling right there?
No, I wasn't Googling. I was CBS Sports apping it.
To see if he was draft eligible?
I remembered him being a freshman, but I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
He was still looking it up, but it was very important that it was on CBS Sports and not Google.
I'm not a jet.
Yeah, right?
Anybody else want to make a waiver wire move?
Yeah, no moves from Nick.
Unfortunately, I think my team's, although struggling, I think they're still too talented to make a move quite yet.
Mac?
No moves from me. I feel pretty good about my squad.
I wouldn't move anything if I were you either, GOAT.
Yeah, you keep it up
College
there,
football
King.
GOAT.
I do want the poll out there because I think people are still going to vote for me. Suck it, Mac. Oh man, I just realized the time. What?
Suck it, Mac.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board.
Yes.
Big thanks to the commissioner, Jake Murren. Big thanks to Meredith Kane. Big thanks to Big Cheese, Matt Corrali.
Oh, that easer.
It's like trying to think of everybody's name real quick, and it got real foggy real quick. We do have the Stefanski show coming up. We do have Thursday Night Football, Eagles at Giants. JP, good stuff today.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
Football Friday, F-Off Friday. Let's get it. Beat the Steelers Friday. We'll work on the framing there and the branding and whatnot. See you guys tomorrow, too.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM. Own your moment. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.